The Devil's Bible by Thando Nkosi. 2. Disclaimer. This is not the Satanic Bible by Anthony LaVey, nor the Codex Gigas of the 13th century. This book is my official attempt to present a Melonsonial model of the New World Order for war machines. This is the Book of Power. Content. Book 1, The Will to Termination. Preface 4. Chapter 1, The World is My Idea, Epistemology. 5. 1. Pessimism. 6. 1.1, The Principle of Sufficient Reason. 8. 1.2, The Object of Experience and of Science, Transcendental Idealism. 9. 1.3, The World as Idea. 13. Chapter 2, Redemption, Ontology. 40. 2. Heaven. 2.1, Physics. 41. 2.2, Ethics. 52. 2.3, Aesthetics. 62. 2.4, Metaphysics. 69. 2.5, Politics. 77. Chapter 3, Introduction to Terminationism, Exology. 3. Terminationism. 90. 3.1, Free Will. 91. 3.2, The Terminator. 95. 3.3, Aphorisms. 98. 3.4, Heaven. 103. 3.5, Immortality. 106. 4. The Last Testament. Book 2, Beyond the Darkness, The Birth of Comedy. 99. Preface by Nkosi Ndlovu. 3. Introduction. 5. Chapter 1, The Birth of Tragedy, Dionysian Art. 1. Beyond the Darkness, the Poem. 10. 2. The Declaration of War. 20. Chapter 2, The Death of Tragedy, Apollyon Art. The New Africanism, TNA. 25. 1. Music Lyrics. 26. 2. Comedy. 99. Into the Darkness. 144. About the Order. 150. Glossary. 153. Index. 156. 6. Book 1, The Will to Termination. This book belongs to the most rarest of men. Perhaps not one of them is yet alive.
First, the day after tomorrow must come for me. New ears for new music, new eyes for what is most distant. My pre-readers preordained. Very well then, what accounts are the rest? The rest is merely humanity. One must make oneself superior to humanity. 3. If every single representation were completely foreign and too as it were isolated and separated from every other representation, no such thing as knowledge could arise, for knowledge forms a whole of compared and connected representation. Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, A79. 4. Preface. Nature will not select a world with as much as evil as this one without the sufficient reason, and thus I am presumptuous to introduce terminationism, of which I affirm as my own philosophy after examination of philosophies in all ages. Throughout all published works under the name of philosophy, I validated only the German great thinkers, merely Arthur Schopenhauer and Philipp Melanchthon. Although if Christianity is true, the question of pessimism does not admit of reasonable disagreement, and thus in this case, optimism and other religions will be true and pessimism false. Pessimism about life can be an object of productive philosophical analysis. It must be admitted that, in the end, by accepting pessimism or optimism, one discovers more about oneself than about the world until the universe hit death. Saul's triumphant Amy Rivalitoy, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Quit thy childhood, my friend, and wake up. 5. Chapter 1, The World is My Representation, Epistemology. 6. Pessimism. Schopenhauer is not merely a figure in the history of philosophy. His philosophy has the potential to replace religion. Melanchthon wants to be his Paul, and saw it as his lifetime task to purify Schopenhauer's mortal thoughts. Mainlander saw his philosophy of redemption as timely as the solution of the most urgent problem of modern humanity. This problem came from a terrible tension in the modern soul. On the one hand, a deep need of religion. On the other hand, a loss of religious faith. Since suffering is the external fate of mankind, there is still the great need for deliverance from it. But the traditional sources of religious belief are no longer creditable to the general educated public. No man believed anymore in the existence of a heavenly beyond the earth where the paternal God rewarded the virtuous and punished the wicked. Hence, Mainlander saw the purpose in his philosophy as the formulation of the modern doctrine of redemption, a doctrine that should be completely consistent with the naturalistic worldview of modern science. His philosophy, he was proud to say, would be the first attempt to ground the essential truths of salvation on the basics of nature alone. This reconciliation with science of Mainlander has been much more successful in the 19th century than anyone could ever expect it. The teachings of Kant Schopenhauer on space and time are in contradiction with Einstein's theory of relativity. But Mainlander circumvented this and came to results that comply with special relativity. Also, before the 19th century, the universe was believed to be partially temporally infinite. Yet, Mainlander asserted that the universe had begun from a contracted point, and that 7. The universe is finite in size. This is why a German scholar remarked that the scientific worldview has Mainlanderized in his favor. Quote, I felt serene that I forged a good sword, but at the same time I felt the cold dreading me for starting on a course more dangerous than any other philosopher before me. I attacked giants and dragons, everything existing, holy and honorable in state and science, God, the master infinity, the species, the powers of nature, and the modern state. And in my naked atheism, I validated only the individual and his ego. Nevertheless, above them both lay the splendor of the pre-world unity of God, the Holy Spirit, the greatest of all significant of the three divine beings. Yes, it laid brooding with wings of the dove over the only real thing in the world, the individual and his egoism, until it was extinguished in external peace, in absolute nothingness. End quote. Philip Mainlander wrote, and then later after he published his book, at the age of 34, in 1876, he hanged himself in front of his new copies of his great book, The Philosophy of Redemption. 8. The principle of sufficient reason. By virtue of the principle of sufficient reason, we accept that no facts can be true or actual, no judgment correct without having a sufficient reason why it is so and not otherwise. It is to be in these fourfold roots. 1. That of being, space and time, position and succession. Without reasoning, nevertheless, by virtue of being, one can experience forms and understand through common sense. 2. That of becoming, the law of causality. Cause and effect is an adequate reason to the understanding of becoming. 3. That of knowing, concept. Our judgment happens in our mind and thus subjects battle each other to fit with adequate understanding. In fact, a society is identified according to its belief system, of which is mainly an idea. 4. That of acting, the restless unconscious driving force towards survival, nourishment, and reproduction. It is found within the core of our beings, the cosmological will to termination. It is curious that while good people go to great lengths to spare their children from sufferings, few of them seem to notice that the one and only guaranteed way to prevent all the sufferings of their children is not to bring those children in the first place. End quote. David Benatar. 9. The object of experience and of science. Transcendental idealism. The reality is my manifestation. This is a true statement, sensible with a remark that calls attention to living and knowing beings. The realm around me is there only as my art. Although man alone could bring it into intellectual, if he really does so, liberal art of judging wisely have dawned on him. It then becomes clear and certain to him that he does not know a sun and an earth, but only an eye sees a sun, a hand that feels an earth, that the realm around him is there only as an idea. In other words, performance of a play and himself as a character. If any truth can be expressed, it is this, for it is a statement for that forms of all possible and thinkable experience, a form that is more general than all others, than time, space, and relation, for all these implies it, the separation into object and subject. On other hand, is the common form of all these collection. It is any form under which alone any art, for whatever exists, theoretical or illogical, clear or verifiable, is generally possible and thinkable. Therefore, no truth is more certain, more independent of all others, and less in need of a proof than this, namely that everything is only an object in relation to the subject, perception of a perceiver. In other words, art or representation, a performance of a play. Spontaneously this holds well of the present as good as of the past and future. For what is far and what is close, for it holds well of time and space themselves, in which alone all the qualities arise. Everything that in a way belongs and can long to this realm is inevitably associated with being conditioned by the subject, for it exists only for the subject. The realm is an idea. This truth is by no means new, only deeper investigation, more work on philosophizing, the separation of what is different and the combination of what is identical can lead us to this truth. This truth, which must be very serious and grave, if not terrible to everyone, is that which men can say and also must say, reality is my will to termination. 9. In this first book, it is necessary to consider separately that side of reality from which we start, namely that side of the knowable, and accordingly to consider without reserve all existing objects, even our own bodies, merely as idea, to call them mere idea. That from which we see here is invariably only the will, as we hope later to be clear to everyone. This energy alone forms another characteristic of this reality. For this reality is, on the one side, entirely energy, just as on the other side, it is entirely an idea. But a reality that is neither of these two, but an object in itself, is a spirit of a dream, and its acceptance is unreal in philosophy. That which knows all things and known by none is the subject. It is, accordingly, a supporter of reality, the universal condition of all that appears, of all objects, and it is always taken for granted, for whatever exists for the subject. Everyone finds himself as the subject, yet only as far as he knows, not as far as he is an object of knowledge, but his body is already an object, and therefore, from his point of view, we call it an idea. For the body is only an object under the laws of objects, although it is immediately and a direct object. Like all objects of perception, it lies within their forms of all knowledge in time and space, in which there is neither plurality nor its opposite. Mainly unity belongs to it. We never know it, but it's precisely that which knows whatever knowledge is. Therefore, the reality of possibility is an idea, in which characteristics alone we are here, considering it has two indispensable and inseparable halves. The one half is the arts, whose forms are space and time, and through these plurality. But the other half, the subject, doesn't lie in space and time, for it is the whole undivided object. Hence, a single one of these beings with the object completes the reality of possibility as an idea, just as fully do millions exist. And if the single object in itself were to disappear, the reality as an idea will no longer exist. Therefore, these halves are inseparable even in thoughts. Each exists with the other and vanish with it. They limit each other immediately Where the object begins, the subject ceases. The common nature of these limitations is seen in the very fact, the essential and hence universal forms of every object, merely space. 11. Time and causality can be fully known starting from the subject even without the knowledge of the object itself. It's to say, in Kant, Schopenhauer, and Mainlander's language, there results an a priori in our consciousness. To have discovered this is one of Kant's chief merit, and it is a very great one. In addition to this, Schopenhauer maintained that the principle of sufficient reason is the common expression of all these forms of the object of which we are a priori conscious, and therefore all we know purely a priori is nothing but the content of the principle and follows their form. Hence, in it is really expressed the whole of a priori certain knowledge. He criticized that Schopenhauer's causality and activity are one and the same, for had it not already been said there, it would have its necessity place here. The main difference amongst all our representation is between the intuitive and the abstract. The latter constitute only one class of representation, merely concept, and on earth, these are the properties of men alone. He who has recognized the forms of the principle of sufficient reason, which appears in pure time as such and on which all counting and calculating are based, has thereby also recognized the whole essence of time. Schopenhauer on his chief work is inspired by a philosophical saying that Plato often said, "Man live only in a dream, only a philosopher strive to awake himself in this long dream. I see we who are alive are nothing but a deceptive forms and a fleeting shadow picture." Quote, "I never done anything but dream. This and this alone has been my meaning of my life. My only real concern has been my inner life." End quote. Fernando Pessoa. 12. Oh, how vain, how sad is the struggle for existence. Learn to love with the spirit and mortify the love of the heart and bless every hour that leads you closer to the grave. And who is and should be a pessimist? He who is matured for death. But at the bottom, the immanent philosopher sees in the entire universe only the deepest longing for absolute annihilation, and it is as if it was clearly heard, the call that permits all fears of heaven. Redemption, redemption, death to our life, and the comforting answer, you will all find annihilation and be redeemed. Die Philosophy, the Eglosam, 1979. Philip Mainlander. 13. The world is representation. If I take away the thinking subject, the whole material world must vanish, for it is nothing but an appearance in the sensibility of our subject, and a class of its representations. Kant. No object without subject. Schopenhauer. I recall my definition of idealism given above. 1. Critical idealism is every view of nature which sees the world as an image, a mirror in the mind of the eye, and emphasizes and establishes the independency of this mirror, image on the mirror, the cognition. Thereby, idealism makes the perceiving eye the main issue. 2. Absolute idealism rises the perceiving and willing single being to the throne of the world. We therefore have to distinguish between two forms of idealism. 1. Critical or transcendental idealism. 2. Absolute or thing in itself idealism. There is only one system of absolute idealism, and that is the profound, magical, wonderfully beautiful teachings of the Indian prince and genius Siddhartha Buddha. In this section, we will occupy ourselves with the critical or transcendental idealism only. The word transcendental, which in recent times is being misused, must be very well separated from transcendent. Kant has introduced both these concepts in the critical philosophy and gave them a very specific meaning. They are not without honor and the reference gratitude. which every sober person should feel for the German's greatest thinker until his last day, demand us not to distort and change the sense of the by him used words. Transcendental means depending on the perceiving subject. Transcendent, however, is transgressing the experience of hyperphysical. Kant did not strictly follow his own definition, by the way, which must be criticized with the intent of exterminating all ambiguity in the critical philosophy. Since one only shows foolish conceit if one says with different words something which was already very well expressed. 14. We want to introduce the research of critical idealism with 2 remarks of Schopenhauer. What is knowledge? It is primarily and essentially representation. What is representation? A very complicated physiological process in the brain of an animal, the result of which is the consciousness of a picture there. Clearly, the relation between such a picture and something entirely different from an animal in whose brain exists can only be a very indirect one. This is perhaps the simplest and most comprehensive way of disclosing the deep gulf between the idea and the real. In our minds, images emerge, not due to something inside of us, for example, by randomness or associated thoughts, but due to something which lies outside of us. These images alone are immediately known by us, that which is given. What relation may they have with the things which exist completely autonomously and independently from us and somehow become the causes of these images? Do we have the certainty that such things exist at all? And do the images give us something in this case? Also information about their nature? This is the problem which has since 200 years been the main endeavor of philosophers. To separate that which is ideal, in fact, that which belongs to our knowledge alone, from what is real, in fact, that which is dependently on its present, so that the relationship between the two of them can be determined. Paragraph the first of the sketch of the history of the doctrine of the idea of the real. The first one who foresaw the dependency of the world of the perceiving subject was Descartes. He sought the unshakable filament of philosophy and found it in the human mind, not in the outer world, whose reality can be questioned, yes must, for it is only immediate knowledge. I cannot transfer myself in the skin of another being and cannot experience here if it thinks and feels as I do. The other being may assure me 100 times he thinks and feels and in general exists as I do. All these assurances prove, however, nothing and do not give me a firm ground. It could be and it could also not be. Necessarily it is not. For could this other individual and his assurance not be a mere mirage without the least reality, a phantom which in some way is conjoined before my eyes? Certainly, this could be the case. 15. Where should I find a certain property that is in a phantom? I look, for example, at my brother and see that he is built like I am, that he talks in a similar way like I do, and that his speech reveals that he has the similar mind like I have, that he is sometimes sad and sometimes happy like I am, that he experiences pain like I do. I feel my arms and his arms and find that they both make the same impression on my sensory nerves. However, is by this in some way proven that he is a real existing being like I am? In no way. This could be an illusion, sorcery, fantasy, since there is only one immediate certainty, and that is my self-perceiving and feeling individual I. This truth was for the first time expressed by Descartes with the famous sentence, Dubito cogito ergo sum, and therefore with the right is called the father of critical idealism and the new philosophy in general. More than this sentence, by which he only showed the right path for philosophy, he did not for critical philosophy, and one can consider it to be little or a lot, depending on the standpoint which he adopted. The philosophical activity of the great man has been pretty satirized by a jester with the words. He started doubting all kind of things and ended up believing everything. He is immediately followed by, if we look only at the important point for critical idealism, the genius Locke. In his work of human understanding, he started from the subject and found out the outer world, independent from the human mind, cannot be such as it shows itself to us, that it is mere appearance, and indeed the product of this thing which is the ground of the appearance and the perceiving mind. Just like how the by one man and the one woman create child demonstrate traits of the father as well as the mother. He arranged the qualities of the object and placed them into two big classes. The first one he called the primary, the other one the secondary qualities. The former stem from the ground of the appearance, the latter are additions of the human mind. 16. By their union, both classes spell their appearance. The object, in fact, the thing as we see it. To the primary qualities belong solidarity, extension, shape, motion, rest, amount. To the second qualities belong color, sound, taste, smell, hardness, softness, smoothness, coarseness, temperature, warm and cold. The formers are dependent from the subject and thus remain to everything. Also then, when they are not perceived by any human mind, the latter shall stand and fall however with the human mind. The formers can also be brought back to the more simple expressions. Individuality, motion, the latter can be summarized by the concept specific sense impression. Let us take, for example, a thing which, when it's perceived, a pine tree, then it is independent from any animal eye, only in its self-moving individuality. It is colorless, it is hard nor soft, coarse nor smooth, cold nor warm. Only when it's with itself, so to speak, with the sense of a human, it becomes green leaves, gray trunk, hard and coarse, trunk and bark, smooth leaves, cold or warm. Obviously, this individuality becomes in contact with the senses only therefore green and brown, not yellow and blue, hard and coarse, not soft and smooth, warm and not cold, because it works in a fully determined way on the senses, because it possesses properties, which brings forth in the senses fully determined impressions. However, these properties do not share essence of being, with the impressions of the senses are essentially different from them. 17. What they are in themselves, this is determined by Locke as unformable. He placed their being in their smallest, incomprehensible parts and deducted their special activity from the way of the impact of this part. 17. With this section of the great thinkers through what is ideal and real, the truth laid him the hand. The section stand in the history of philosophy as a master section, as a philosophical achievement first class, as a product act of the brilliant power of thinking. Meanwhile, Locke did not manage to shield full light on that, which remained lying left and right of the section. He had separated which is ideal from what is real, but he could not precisely define the ideal and the real. Let us start with the ideal. Here he committed the error he did not ask himself before everything. How come after the impact of the tree on my eyes and the processing of the impression in my brain, I see a tree outside of my mind? How is the impact of the thing on something else, which philosophy's artificial language calls influx physicals, possible at all? With other words, he did not research on the real side, because here it is inseparable of what is ideal. The activity of the thing and their impact amounts each other are skip over the ideal side of causality. In fact, the real connection of two states of an object, of what is active and what is afflicted as cause and effect. Furthermore, with the determination of what is real, he let space and time exist independent of the subject and committed the great error. He let the by him found and with sharp eyes detected individual flow together in one distinguishable matter, which is the Lockean ground of appearance, the Lockean thing in itself. Hereby he became the father of modern materialism. I have shown in my criticism of the philosophy of the great man, it must seem almost unbelievable. Locke, standing here very close before the unveiled truth, did not recognize what is right. He suddenly placed a tight bandage on his time and had not come for the illumination of the difficult problem. She wanted to let modern materialism emerge first, which, although an absurd philosophical system, is nevertheless important and successful. Yes, necessarily for human culture, and it still is today. 18. Namely, everything which we can state about material relies only and solely on our sense impressions. Consequently, material in a wide sense, matter and substance are truly ideal. In fact, lies in our head, not outside of it. Matter belongs thus to the ideal side, not on the real side, where there's only false lies. The real thing in itself, precisely which, when it weeds itself with our senses, becomes object, in fact, material. It has been reserved to me based on the Begelian idealism and fertilized by the fluctuating doctrines of Kant and Schopenhauer to assign matter the right place in the human understanding. So, on the ideal side, Locke was followed by Begeli, who was rightfully highlighted by Schopenhauer, who has, like no other, Hume not excluded, influenced the thought of Kant. So one can say, without Begeli, the Critique of Pure Reason would have not been written. Kant didn't want to acknowledge this and call Begeli with pity the good Begeli, an injustice which, as said, Schopenhauer firmly condemned. Mainly because of this relation of Begeli with the Critique of Pure Reason, his treatise about the principle of human understanding is an immortal work. It would be, however, too without Kant. Because with two certainly essential changes, the Begelian idealism stand in a philosophy of the Occident as the first bright, steadfast by Hindustanic spirit pervaded thing in itself idealism as a malodorous flower. Descartes has, so to speak, only raged with thundering voice, awakening call for the dreaming minds, or also he was only a caller in the blazing beautiful struggle of the wise for the truth against the lie and the darkness. From Locke on, however, critical philosophy could only be development. No philosopher after Locke could have dared it to leave the work of the master untouched. It has become the cornerstone for the temple. It was the first member, which is the prerequisite for the chain, without which no other link would have a grip. It was a root, without which no stem, no leaf could exist. Starting from him, we always see the successor standing on the shoulders of the predecessors and looking with delighted eyes on the most wonderful appearance in the life of the European people. On the German role of philosophers. 19. By the way, the Jews and the Indo-Germans are those people which wander around the top of the intellectual life of humanity and lead it. They are the one like the cloud which led them from Egypt coming Israelite. The other like the pillar of fire. By day, the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and by night in the pillar of fire to give them light, so they could travel by day or night. Either the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place in front of the people. Exodus 13, verse 21 to 22. What does the critical philosophy owe to Begeli? The extremely important, although very one-sided result. The secondary qualities taught by Locke are that which we call matter, the substance of a thing. Thereby, matter is ideal in our head. Begeli himself has not grown this conclusion, the solution of one of the greatest problems in psychology, as I will show. However, it is from his teaching extracted indestructible truthful core. Begeli evidently started with the subject. His view on the world showed him two essentially from each other different domains. On one side, the limitless diversity of objects, trees, houses, fields, grasslands, flowers, animals, humans, etc. On the other side, there is likewise something which knows or perceives them and exercises diverse operations as willing, imagining, remembering about them. This perceiving active being is what I call mind, spirit, soul, or myself. On the principles of human knowledge, this was nothing new, since mirror mind and mirror image world are the main principle of all idealism and the beginning of his path. But new compared to his predecessors and original was the explanation of Begeli. The complete existence of not thinking things is percipi, being percepted. More clearly he expresses this in, for there can be a nicer string of abstract than to distinguish the existence of sensible objects from their being perceived, so as to conceive them existing unperceived. Light and color, heat and cold, extension and figures. In a word, things we see and feel. What are they but so many sensations, notions, ideas, or impressions on the sense? And it is possible to separate, even in thought, any of these from perception. Some truths are there so nearly and obvious to the mind. A man needs only his eyes to see them. 20. Such I take this important one to be, to wit all the choirs of heaven and furnitures of the earth. In a word, all these bodies which composes the mighty frame of the world have not yet any substance without a mind. Their being is to be perceived or known. Consequently, so long as they are not actually perceived by me or do not exist in my mind or of any other created spirit, they must either have no existence at all or else subsist in the mind of some external spirit. From what has been said, it follows there is not any other substance than spirit or which perceives. These few sentences contain the complete teachings of the Irish genius. The sense of his teachings and at the same time his standpoint compared to Locke is this. 1. Not only the secondary but also the primary qualities of not thinking things rely on sense impressions. 2. Everything which we know of such things as sense impression, such a thing exists only in the mind, which perceives and has outside of it no existence. Express. Some there are who make a distinction between primary and secondary qualities. By their former, they mean extension, figure, motion, rest, solidarity, or impermeability, and number. By the latter, they denote all other sensible qualities as color, sound, taste, and so forth. The ideas we have of these, they acknowledge not to be the resemblance of anything existing outside the mind or unperceived, but they will have our ideas on the primary qualities to be patterns or image or things which exist outside the mind, in an unthinkable substance which we call matter. By matter, therefore, we are to understand an inertia, senseless substance, in which extension, figure, and motion do actually subsist. But it is evident from what we have already shown, extension, figure, and motion are only ideas existing in the mind, and an idea can be like nothing but another idea, and consequently neither they nor their archetypes can exist in an intangible substance. 21. Hence it is plain, the very notion of what is called matter or corporeal substance involves a contradiction in it. Here Berkeley threw the baby out with the bathwater, and therefore I said above, he himself wasn't able to draw the true and real result of his teaching, which I repeat is this: the secondary qualities are summarized, matter, and it is therefore ideal. In our head, this has been a very meaningful improvement to the Lockean system, which Berkeley unconsciously achieved. Since the fault in which was contained, it's easy to present. Berkeley maintained in a passage above the ideas we have of these. Lockean acknowledges not being the resemblance of anything existing without the mind or unperceived, which is a fundamentally false statement. Locke does indeed say that, which for example causes the sweetness in sugar, is not in essence the same as sweetness, the sense impression. However, he did not deny the ground of the sweetness of the sugar is independent from the subject. Without the subject indeed, there would be no sweet sugar object. But nevertheless, there would be a thing with a certain quality, a huge difference. If we ignore this false view of the Lockean system, then Berkeley has fundamentally improved this system. Locke said, matter is there from subject independent thing in itself. Berkeley, however, says, in fact, from his teachings follows as the most beautiful results of the critique. Matter is the sum of the secondary qualities. Therefore, it is ideal. Some may blame me that I lay these words in the mouth of Berkeley, but I might very well do this, since I thereby decrease my merit in favor of the great man. We will now pursue the passage above of Berkeley, the objects, so as long as they are not actually perceived by me or do not exist in my mind or any other created spirit. They must either have no existence at all or subsist in the mind of the external spirit. It has very little to do with critical idealism anymore. Berkeley fatally denied, as we have seen, the objective matter, the bodily substance, and recognizes no other substance than the mind. Initially, the human mind, and then the external mind. God. Everything else, animal, plants, chemical forces have no from subject-independent existence. They are true and real. 22. Or with the words of the philosophical bishop, but though it were possible solid, figure movable substances may exist without the mind, corresponding to the ideas we have of the bodies. Yet, how is it possible for us to know this? The only thing whose existence we deny is which philosopher call matter or corporeal substance. Thing or being is the most general name of all. It comprehends under in two kinds of certainly distinct and heterogeneous, and of which we have nothing common but the name, to wit, spirit and idea. Their formers are active, indivisible substance. The latter are inertia, fleeting, dependent beings, which subsist not by themselves but are supported by or exist in minds or spiritual substances. Wherever bodies are said to have no existence without the mind, I would have to be understood to mean this or particular mind, but all minds, however, so. The remarkable reminder of the Begelian is, however, this. Since on one hand is not within the mighty of the human mind to arbitrarily evoke perception, and on the other hand, the sense impression must have a cause, which cannot lie in the object, and external spirit exists, which brings forth in our senses rest. In our brain, the impressions, and in the general cause of all ideas, all phantasm outside, called the word God. Or with the other words of Berkeley, we perceive a continuous succession of ideas. Some are anew excited, and others are changed or totally disappear. There is therefore some cause of these ideas, whereon they depend, and which produces and changes them. When in a broad daylight I open my eyes, it is not in my power to choose whether I shall see or know, or to determine what particular objects shall present themselves to my view. And so likewise as to the hearing and other senses, the idea imprinted in them are not creatures of my will. There is therefore some other will or spirit which produces them. Did man but consider the sun, moon, and stars, and every other object of the senses are only so many sensations in their minds, which have no other existence, but barely being perceived. Doubtlessly, they will never ever fall down and worship their own ideas, but rather address their homage to the external invisible mind, which produces them and sustains all things. 23. From this it becomes exceedingly clear how right I was when I called Berkeley an idealism with a discount of its critical part. So these remaining parts, which Berkeley made the main issue, absolute realism, Berkeley laid a powerless dead creature in the hand of the external invisible mind, which produces and sustains all things. His idealism is not the absolute idealism like Schopenhauer taught and so many believe. Also becomes clear by this. He placed next to the perceiving eye all other humans as real and on an equal footing. Essentially for the absolute, the thing in itself idealism is, however, it teaches only one single human as real, and it rises as God on the throne of the world. This absolute idealism is also called theoretical egoism or solipsism. It has, like pantheism, the same good right on the famous profound sentence of Upanishad of the Vedas. All these creatures together I am, and outside me there is no other being. I cannot leave Berkeley's teachings without pointing out again his great merit, placing matter in our head and making it ideal, a merit which stands on part next to the brilliant section of Locke's through what is ideal and real. Furthermore, I have to mention, he brought up all the other problems of critical idealism, and thereby he offered Kant a plot and not a desert. Otherwise, the most important work of human profundity, the critique of pure reason, would be like an astonishing miracle. It would be a blossom which has freely generated itself, not a forest of a plant with roots, stems, and leaf, slowly growth and needs, like an agave America, 100 years in order to bloom. Berkeley touched upon space and time, extinction, motion, causality, impact of an object on object, and community, interconnection of nature, and made all of these the thinker's heart not ideal, only existing in the mind. Naturally, this happened as a conclusion from his principle, God, who is a contracted external substance and make for the mind, which has been the same predicate, appears in the things which have in themselves no real ground. So the world has, independent from the perceiving subject, no existence. The thing as in the world do not stand in the real nexus, but in an ideal connection. Furthermore, no thing possesses independently from the human mind. Expansion and motion, therefore, also time and space are not real, but ideal. 24. All these determinations are correct conclusion from false premises. Berkeley made his conclusion in a chivalry man and as Salumi prelate, in fact superficial. But how pushing and stimulating must this conclusion of the good Berkeley have affected a thinker like Kant? There he found all the materials for his critique of pure reason. The only issue was trimming the available building blocks and then building with the temple for the transcendental idealism. certainly a task which he alone could accomplish. I also want to mention something very remarkable. In the Beckian system laid again a pretty reflect of the ironic smiling of the truth, which always plays around her lips whenever a noble Parsifal gives an incorrect solution of the world mystery. I have already called into attention the comicality shown itself in the Indian pantheism. As I made clear, Indian pantheism came to its basic unity in the world on the road of realism, and when it happily arrived on its goal, when it fell in the arms of the world soul, it declared the path to be mere illusion. It would be the same as if I would reach the roof of a house and with a ladder and declare afterwards, I jump on here. The ladder which you see is only an illusion, not a ladder to support humans. In a similar way, the Beckian teaching, which is after all nothing else than a very refined, transparent monotheism, offers a rich source of innocent communicality. For what is it that has led him to monotheism, I ask? The deep recognition of the real interconnection of the things, which one can explain by one thing only, by leading it back to the basic unity. So with other words, God's firm ground is the real dynamic interconnection of the world, or also God is the personified real affirmity of the world. And what does Beckley do? He made a real interconnection which led him to the Jewish God alone, ideal in fact existing in our head only. The ideal of sense are more strongly live and distinct than those of the imagination. They have likewise a stillness, order, and cohesion, and they are not excited at random as those which are effects of human will often are, but in a regular train or series, the admirable connection whereon sufficiently testifies the wisdom and the benevolence of its author. 25. Now the set rules or established methods wherein the mind would depend on excite in us the ideas of sense are called the laws of nature, and these we learn by experience. Thus Beckley made, as Schopenhauer strikingly says, in a similar way about Kant's ethics, into result admirable connection, that which was the principle and premise, and took as a premise that which is deducted and result God. The communicality does lie here so publicly that one has to laugh. It is difficult not to write Sartre. Since, I repeat, only the laws of nature led to the assumption of a God, which by itself is nowhere to be found in nature. To conclude, I have to say a word about my position to Beckley in my criticism of Kant, Schopenhauerian's philosophy. There I called the Beckleyan idealism the grave of all philosophy. I had to do it because I had to judge it from the limited standpoint of critical idealism, for it is clear that we can no longer speak about critical philosophy when otherworldly God is the initiator of our sense impressions. That is simply saying, stop with philosophizing and start with more practical, useful labor. In the role of the great critical idealist, follows after Beckley the grave horror against the obscuritist, against the lie, and all theological deception, Hume. From the specific standpoint of critical idealism, Hume can be compared to the illuminator. He gallops on the fiery mere skepticism in advance of the noble class of independent thinkers like a fearless Sakarasov with syndrome and secure the way for them. Before highlighting Hume's main merit for the critical philosophy, we briefly summarize the main accomplishment of his predecessors. Descartes has indicated the right path. Locke had made the important correct section between what is ideal and real. 26. Beckley has summarized their own idea domain falling secondary qualities of the things in the concept matter, at the same time brought up the space and time, causality and community. No one has ever asked, how come that I relate my senses expression, rasp, the image of an object in my mind, to a thing outside my mind, to a cause, or with other words, all of them considered the causality interconnection between the state of the two things as self-evidently given, resp, caused by God. Until this time, on the real domain stood real, themselves moving individuals connected by a real causal nexus. Hume's skeptic attack focused on the real causal nexus, or shot the ground of it. Causality relation between cause and effect. He doubted the necessity and the objective validity of the law of causality, the highest law of nature. Merely the effect must have a cause, because experience, which is according to the Lockean philosophy the only source of our knowledge, can never show the causal interconnection itself, but always only the mere succession of the state in time. So never the following from, but always the following after, which always show itself as merely accidental, never as necessary. Paraga, philosophy of Kant, as Schopenhauer summarized very clearly in The Human Doubt. Consider what is justified as doubt actually means. Since our image of the outer world in our eyes rests in our mind, relies on the laws of causality, the assault on this law indirectly endangers the real existence of the outer world, directly the intimate interconnection of the things, which is assumed to be firm and unassailable. To demonstrate the matter with a clear image, I pull a trigger on a gun and my friend drops dead. Hume says now, from the mere consequence of my friend's death cannot at all be concluded that my shot was the cause of the murder. That death was the consequence of the shot. It merely followed after the shot, like day follows the night, but not caused by it. At least it is certain that one may doubt the causal interconnection. It can exist and not exist. We can't obtain certainty about it, since a certain criteria is absent. If I call this mere assault, that which not even the most insignificant positive results an immortal deed of the human mind, then many will laugh. 27. And nevertheless it is. This skeptical assault of Hume with the goose quail in the hand in the quiet study room on the highest law of nature outbalanced the most glorious victory on the blood of Dutch battlefield in the services of culture. For one will see this clearly won by recognizing that there is nothing more important in the world than the truth, and that the sour doubt of the people is prepared only by those who seek the truth, and indeed, very often in a quite cold, acidic or barren desert. As such, the path was paved and prepared for the Messiah of critical idealism, which not the prophet themselves, but their work pointed to the ironed, immovable finger. Oh, this Kant! Who can be compared to him? I have made Kant's critique subject of thought examination, which I may give the predicate of being 15 years old. I have laid down the results in my work. I will therefore express myself very briefly here and only bring the most significant part of his teaching in connection to what is said here. We have seen that already Berkeley taught about the identity of space, time, and causality, but in a way which can satisfy a theologian, but not a philosopher. Furthermore, we remember us that Hume made the first philosophical assault on the high law of nature, the law of causality, that this assault of the Scotsman had a very significant influence on Kant's thinking power. He fertilized and fired it up. Kant admitted it openly. He does call Hume the good Hume. This might be attributed to this, that philosophers are born enemies of theology in as it were a demonic way. Their soul tremble of joy when they meet each other, which of course doesn't preclude that they come to quarrel and badmouth each other, like how an atomist lay the stomach or hand on the scavenger before his people and clearly show them how the stomach digests, how the hand grabs an object from which components the stomach and hand are made of, how the whole function, etc. In the same way, Kant took the human mind, descended it without forgetting even the smallest car wheel in a clockwork, how the brain recognizes. 28. This is very important to hold on to. There is nothing in the human mind, so on the ideal side, absolute nothing, which Kant has not found or recorded. He has invented his own expression, the pieces of our mind, like the most delicate matured, the goods of his dispository, and did not forget anything. He only erred by not completely correcting and recognizing the nature of every piece and therefore sometimes recording the same piece twice, like the category qualities and substance, or incorrect testing, defining a piece like space and time, or taking a in two-part slice piece for one, like causality. He also added by one, taking the sensible expression as simply given and not asking, how come that one relates the image in his mind to a thing outside his head? 2. That he abused the subjective causal law to obtain the thing in itself by fraud. 3. That he deemed the real domain to be inaccessible. I will examine this within well-defined boundaries. Kant distinguishes three main capabilities of the human mind. 1. Sensibility. 2. Understanding. 3. Reason. Sensibility has two forms, space and time, and on 1/8, the imagination. The understanding has 12 primordial concepts, categorities, and 1 consultant. The judgment power, reason has 1 peak. The blossom, the self-consciousness. The sensibilities perceive, the understanding thinks, the reason concludes. Now, like the stomach must have the capability to digest before mother milk come in it, like the hand must have the capability to grab before it touches an object. However, also, like a stomach does not digest if no nutritions come in it, and the capability of the hand can only be active if there is an object. Likewise, the brain has capabilities before all experience, which can only become active in combination with the raw material of experience. These capabilities before all experience are receptivity, being sensible to expressions, and synthesis, combination and connection as action. Their forms were called by Kant a prioric. In fact, they are original, before all, experience-independent forms, which stand and fall with the brain. The outer well lies in it like a ball of smooth clay in the hand, which encompasses it and gives it its form and the composition of its part. 29. I have shown in my critiques that space and time, according to Kant, forms of sensibility. Matter, general causality, according to Kant, forms of understanding, community, and indeed, as Kant taught, ideal, in fact, only present in our brain. They are like the components of the mind, senses, understanding, imagination, memory, judgment power, reason irrefutably determined for all times by the deep thinker. Against all these can struggle only foolishness, ignorance, and a perceived reason. 30. Another question is, however, has Kant placed the single component of the mind in the right combination amongst each other, and are they conceived from not merely ideas, but also a priori, in fact, present before experience? With other words, are the forms of the mind those of sensibility, pure perception a priori, and of the understanding, categorities, correctly established and justified? On these questions, I may not give an expensive answer. I must refer to my previous work and can repeat here only that Kant has in the inventory of our mind nothing forgotten, but that he has arranged most of it incorrectly and has tested a lot of it wrongly. Space and time are, since Kant, irrefutably ideal in our head. There is independent from either subject, time, no space. Should it really succeed to create with an air pump absolute nothingness, then we have no empty space but absolute nothingness, two things which are tautogene, different from each other. From empty mathematical space lies completely on the ideal side, in the head of the human, absolute nothingness on the real side, outside the head. Only confused thoughts can let the two domains flow in each other and blend their forms with each other. Likewise, purely ideal, like space and time, are the categories of quality and relation. In fact, independent of the human mind, they are: 1. No secondary qualities of them things, lock. 2. No relation between cause and effect. 3. No community, reciprocity. And should there be complete lesion of those who Finch strikingly categorized with the word, they consider themselves to be enlightened, with half philosophy and complete confusion, who mark it So it is, so it remains. The mind has gained these priceless jewels of knowledge, and no force can rob them back. The truth is mighty and will prevail. But those 5 composition and connection are not a priori. The last 3 are also not categories in the senses of Kant, forms of thinking a priori. What was now, for this is the main issue, the result of the transcendental aesthetics. We can only talk from the human standpoint of space or expanded object. And what was the result of the transcendental PSR? The arrangement and the regularity of the appearances, which we call nature, will bring them ourselves in it, and we could not find them if we or the nature of our mind had not initially placed them there. So exaggerated, so nonsensical as it sounds, to say that the understanding itself is the source of the laws of nature. So right is such an assertion. What does this mean with dry words? It means, if we also take the expression of Kant, the empirical content of perception is given to us from without as support. By an exploitable, mysterious way, expressions are made on our senses. The senses furnishes these expressions with expansion and bring them in relation to time. These phantoms are then furnished by the understanding with color, temperature, smooth, coarseness, hard, softness, etc. Categories of quality or brief. It makes them substantive. Furthermore, it brings those 2 phantoms in a causal relation, connect then such links into a causal rose, and finally bring the whole nature in an affinity. In fact, it makes them to a formal unity, or with other words, of the deceptive image of the senses, our understanding builds an illusionary nexus. 31. An independent from the mind, not existing dynamic interconnection. The world is nothing. A beingless wizard of our mind based upon a for us unknown strange stimulation. And despite all this, despite these destructive results of the critique den Renan Venan, which no reasonable one will subscribe or accept, it remains an unshakable truth. Space and time, matter, substance, general causality, community is ideal and exist merely in our head. How, however one may ask, is this possible? The ghostly grim phenomenology of the world is yes, demanded by the ideality of these forms. How can the reality of the world be safe? In this question, the regule of the transcendental idealism mirror itself, like how in the essay Transcendental Idealism, the mentioned formula of the regule was mirrored. I will answer it at the end of this essay in a satisfying manner. We now have to discuss the mistake mentioned under 2. With Kant, causality is the relation of the effect to a cause, a category, a primordial thought a priori before all experience, which is only present for the experience and has without it no meaning, similar to how a hand is set up to grab touchable objects. Without the material of experience, it is a dead primordial thought. So if one would want to use causality for something else than bringing necessary connection in the world, one will misuse it. Kant therefore did not get tired of emphasizing one should never make use of the categories there where do not have safe ground below our feet. So he warned for a transcendental usage as impermissible, in opposition to the permissible, reasonable transcendental usage. In fact, using them on objects of experience. Nevertheless, he himself made on a weak moment such a permissible transcendental use of the category of causality, because he shielded back from the naked result of his philosophy, the ghostly, beingless, phantasmagoria world, and was shaken in the innermost part of his heart. Rather, he preferred the reapproach of inconsequence, which he has not been spared of. He then thrown in one pot with Begley. His hand must have shivered, and his forehead has been soaked and with sweat of fear, as he sees the thing in itself with causality, which lay as the ground of the appearance, on which, according to his teachings, the categories can find no application. 32. I stand, as I've said in my main work, with administration before this act of despair of the great man, and always when the absolute idealism of Buddhism lures me in its charming nest, then I do not myself save myself by claiming it my own teachings or something like that, but by imagining Kant in his despair. Because if a man like Kant bring his work, the most beautiful fruit of human profoundness, rather a mortal wound than declaring the world to be a phantasm, which is after all according to his own teachings, then there can be no choice. When the thing in itself idealism places itself next the critical idealism, then we may not follow the siren cause of the Indian prince. And once again the truth laughs ironical. Also, its greatest genius, its most true Parsifal had not solved the world riddle. He had given contradicting answers anyway. And this is the mistake of Kant, mentioned under 3. The thing in itself would have been a 0 or an X if Kant would have allowed to find it with the help of causality. Since according to his transcendental aesthetic, it is the idea, space alone, which furnishes the thing expansion. The thing in himself being expansionless, their being would have been forever unrecognizable, in fact, be an X. Since we can form no image of the being of a thing which is a mathematical point. As the result of all this, Kant has improved and corrupted the teachings of Locke. He has improved it, since he has completely phantom established the idea part. He has corrupted it, since he moved the itself-moving individuality which Locke has left on the real domain, to the idea domain and made here to zeros. Kant has 2 legitimate successors, Schopenhauer and Finch. All others are crown pretenders without legal titles, and of these 2 only, Schopenhauer is relevant for critical idealism. He is from this regard the only intellectual heir of Kant. I have regarded that the critique of the Schopenhauerian works, the separation of the incorrect and the transient one from the significant and immortal ones, as my life task, and must therefore, in order to not repeat myself, refer to the philosophy of my work. With him too, I can only mention that which relates to the topic which we discuss. As we have seen with Kant, the cause of a sense expression was a mystery. 33. Initially he let it be simply given, and then he used the thing in itself for that, although he did not have the right to do so. Now Schopenhauer was very dissatisfied with this weak spot of the Kantian epistemology and with outstanding astoundness. He then asked, in the essay already often mentioned question, how do I come to perception at all? This question is actually the heart, the kernel point of critical idealism, for on its answer depends nothing less than the deceptive ruling, if the world possesses reality or it's only a phantom, a beingless illusion. Schopenhauer found we, without the relation of a change in the sense organ to a cause, would not come to objective perception at all. Thereby, the causal law lies here as an a priori function next to the sensibility impression, not as Kant wants, as a primordial concept behind, therefrom outside given empirical concept of perception. The causal law is therefore not a primordial concept a priori. Schopenhauer rejected with full right the whole machine of an a priori primordial concept, but instead a function of the understanding, the only function, and this lies a merit, which is smaller than the Lockean section between what is ideal and real. For this proof, the causal law is the primordial function of the understanding. Schopenhauer received his first lauded wreath from the truth. Famously, the German nation has not wreathed one from him during his lifetime. And how did he desire one from his hand? How did he deserve it? But this is incomprehensible. Schopenhauer remained with the causal law on the subjective side and plainly denied the activity of the real side. The activity is a cause. This certainty lies on the causal law. Without subject, it would not be a cause. However, the activity itself depends on the causal law, by which it should be placed. This is sheer nonsense. If one thinks about this sentence, then one immediately feels in our reason something is violently hidden. Schopenhauer has, however, not hesitated to proclaim it, but there should be a need. An external cause at all is based upon a law whose origin lies demonstrably within us, in our brain. Therefore, this necessity is not less subjective than the sensation themselves. 34. 4 roots Chopin simply mixes cause with effect here, and the natural result of this mix-up was his initially declared, like Kant, the outer world to be deceptive and exclusionary image, and later on, like Kant, fell in glaring contradiction with the fundamental of his teachings. The truth is, and it has been reserved for me to proclaim it, as certain it is that the causal law is purely ideal, subjective, and a priori. Likewise, certain it is from the subjective independent activity of the things. Thus, the activity of the real domain, the ideal function must be triggered, stimulated from outside. Otherwise, it is dead and just nothing. The causal law, in fact, the transaction of effect, is the sense organ to a cause that was specifically mentioned in the inventory of the mind by Kant. He noted only the general causality, connection of two objects, which is why I said above he deemed A in two parts, sliced part to be one. The distinction between the two of them is, however, extraordinarily important. One part, connection of subject and object, is entirely a priori and ideal. The other one is only ideal, a connection a posteriori, established by the reason based upon the a priori causal law. Schopenhauer also improved the Kant's epistemology. 1. By the proof that the senses cannot perceive. Instead, the representation is the work of the understanding, is intellectual, not sensible. 2. By this, he shattered the categorities clockwork in 1,000 pieces by which the way the fools lime and picked up, repairing this nonsense, delivered them unspeakable joy. On the other hand, Schopenhauer corrupted Kant's epistemology by destroying, alongside the categorities, the synthesis, the composition faculty of the reason, and did not know how to save the categorities. 1. Matter, substance. 2. General causality. 3. Community, in other form, namely as composition and connection by the reason a posteriori. He also subscribed the great mistake of Kant. Space and time are pure perception a priori. They are, as I have proven, composition a posteriori based upon a priori forms, point, space, present. We remind us that Kant had obtained, by fraud, the thing in itself, in fact, which is independent from the human mind, the truly real, and nevertheless he had to let it be an X. 35. Chopin determined it in the human chest as will. He determined furthermore, this will is not merely willpower, the conscious activity of the will, but also which Spinoza called motion of the soul. According to this, he separated the will activity in an unconscious and a conscious one. For this, the truth reaches him as second Laura worth. The kernel and a chief point of my doctrine is that what Kant opposed as the thing in itself to mere appearance, called more decidedly by me representation, and what he held to be absolutely unknowable, this thing in itself, I say, this substratum of all appearance, and therefore of the whole of nature, is nothing but what we know directly and intimately and find within ourselves as willing. Accordingly, this will, far from being inseparable from, like all previous philosophers assumed, and even a mere result of knowledge, differs radical and entirely from, and quite independent of knowledge, which is secondary and of later origin, and can consequently subsist and manifest itself without knowledge, a thing which actually takes place throughout the whole of nature. From the animal kingdom downwards, this will, being the one and the only thing in itself, the solely truly real, primary metaphysical thing in the world in which everything else is only appearance, in fact, mere representation, gives all things, whatever they may be, the power to exist and to act. We are never able, therefore, to infer absence of will from absence of knowledge, for the will may be pointed out even in all appearances of unconscious nature, whether in plants or in organic bodies. In short, the will is not conditioned by knowledge, as it has hitherto been universally assumed, although knowledge is conditioned by the will. On the will in nature introduction. It is here, in the kernel of nature, in the will, it tumbles in an unspeakably sad fluctuation between individual will and the one indivisible will in the world, which is the stem of his complete teachings. On the idea domain, sometimes he is realist, then idealist. On the real domain, he is half pantheist, half thing in itself idealist. 36. Because of this, the truth smiled ironically with him too, but only very weakly, for the love toward him was too strong. He is after all the one who had almost pulled off her last veil, a deed which was desired from the depths of her heart, to bless and redeem all humans. He had found the core of nature in his breast as individual will. Man forms no exception to the rest of nature. He too has a changeless character, which however is strictly individual and different in each case, on the basics of morality too. Why did he leave this firm ground and throw himself in the arms of an imagined basic unity in the world? How insignificantly little would I have found to improve his magnificent teaching if he had remained with the individual. Hereby, I have to say it. If he would have done this and taken his partition of the individual will in a conscious and an unformulable unconscious one as support, then his teaching, the Occident, would have stand there as the same blue miraculous flower, like Buddhism in the tropical forest of India, only even more magical and aromatic, since it is rooted in the soil of the critical idealism, similar to how the painter makes with one single stroke on his image a crying child's smile. I want to make with a single change from Schopenhauer's toxic soaked by contradiction eroded system a consequent system of the thing in itself, idealism, which one can laugh at but not rebunk, or as he himself says, but whether the object known to the individual only as presentation are yet, like his own body, manifestations of a will, is, as Away said in this book, the proper meaning of the question is as to the reality of the external world. To deny this is theoretical egoism, which on account regards all appearances are outside its own will as phantoms, just as in a practical reference exactly the same thing is done by practical egoism. For in it a man regards and treats himself alone as a person, and all other persons as mere phantoms. Theoretical egoism can never be demonstratively refuted. Yet in philosophy, it has never been used otherwise than a skeptical sophism, in fact, pretense. As a serious conviction, on the other hand, it can only be found in a madhouse. 37. I only need to give the unconscious, unfathomable human will omnipotence, which Buddha had unequivocally given it and which Schopenhauer had to give the one indivisible will in the world. And Schopenhauer's system is the blue miraculous flower, consequently unassailable, irrefutable, intoxicating for the individual. Now the Berkeleyan and external spirit God, who brings in our brain the first impulse for the creation of the phenomenal world. Now the subjected obtaining by illegitimate means the thing in itself of Kant, the ground of appearance, is nothing but the unconscious part of the human will, which brings forth from his unaffirmable depth omnipotence, the sensible stimuli, who makes this, according to his functions and forms, into a world of illusions, into a pure beingless phantasmagoria. I confess, here openly I have for a long time experienced a long internal struggle between Buddha and Kant on one side and Christ and Locke on the other side. Almost equally powerful, I have requested by one side to establish the blue miraculous flower in the Occident and by the other side to not deny the reality of the outer world. I eventually chosen for Christ and Locke, but I confess my own me and my faith-focused thought have, as I often moved on the foundations of my teachings as on the charm of Buddhism. And as human, not as a philosopher, I do not favor my own teachings above Buddhism. It is just like Dancer says, between two kinds of food, both equally remote and tempting. First, a man might die of hunger. Him one could freely choose. Paradise, cards or IV. The only thing that which I still have to do is to solve the riddle of transcendental idealism. I summarize it here. And since Schopenhauer has appeared with the words, the world is dependent on the mirror, the human mind, whose function and forms are the following. Functions: receptivity of the senses, causal law functions, synthesis, a priori forms, point space, matter. 38. Present, ideal a posteriori forms, mathematical space, substance, time, general causality, community. The world is essentially phenomenal appearance, without subject no outer world. And nevertheless, the world is from a subject-independent collective unity of itself, moving individuals, which a real affinity connects, a dynamic interconnection, as if they were well together. This is the solution. The whole of intellectual functions and forms are not there for the creation of the outer world, but merely for the cognition of the outer world. Just like the stomach only digests, while not simultaneously bringing forth the nutritions, like the hands only grab an object, not also produces the body. The causal law leads towards the activity of the things, makes them a cause, but does not produce them. Space shapes the things, but does not initially lead them expansion. Time recognizes the motion of the things, does not move them. However, reason composes the perceived parts of the things, but does not first furnishes them their individual unit. General causality recognizes the connection of the two activities, but does not bring them forth. Community recognizes the dynamic interconnection of all things, but does not bring them forth. Finally, matter, substance, makes the things materials, substantive. It objectifies their force, but does not bring their force. Here, as I have proven in my work, here where there is force, the real thing in itself, with matter in the human mind. This is the point where what is ideal must be separated from what is real. Therefore, I have not made the distinction between what is ideal and real. This has been done already accidentally unmovable by the genius Locke, but he determined the ideal side inadequately and the real side completely false. I have therefore fertilized by Berkeley, Hume, Kant, and Schopenhauer, gone back to Locke, and have based upon his correct session solved the riddle of transcendental idealism. 38. The world is not as the mind mirror it. It is apparently and totally different in its whole being, and indeed merely due to the secondary qualities of Locke. Quote, I have identified with the other to a certain extent, and as a result, for the moment of the barrier between I and not I has been suspended. Only when will there be opportunity immediately to take on as my own other's needs, his distress, his suffering. Then I no longer perceive him as he is given in empirical intuition, as completely distinct from me, as a stranger about whom I am indifferent. Rather, I suffer in him, even though his skin does not enclose my nerves. Only through this can his uwe, his distress, become a motive for me. Otherwise, it can only be my own. End quote. It is clear and requires no further proof. The inner meaning of the doctrine of Kant and Plato is entirely the same. Both explain the visible world as a manifestation, which in itself is nothing, and which only has a meaning and a borrowed reality through which expresses itself in it. The one side case, the thing in itself, and the other side, the idea. To this last, which has true being, all they are forms of the phenomenal existence. Even the most universal and essentials are, according to the both doctrines, entirely foreign. Schopenhauer wrote. End of chapter 1 by Thando Nkosi. End of chapter 1 by Thando Nkosi. End of chapter 1 by Thando Nkosi. End of chapter 1 by Thando. Chapter 2, Redemption, Ontology. 41. Physics. Quote, philosophy is written in a book which ever lies before our eyes. I mean the universe, but we cannot understand it if we do not first learn the language and grasp the symbols in which it is written. This book is written in the mathematical language, and the symbols are the triangles, circles, and other geometrical features. Without those help, it is impossible to comprehend a single word of it, without which one wanders in vain through a dark labyrinth. End quote. Galileo Galilei. Now we have to examine the life of chemical ideas, then the begetting, life and death of the organic ones. The basic chemical ideas are, and according to all observations which can be made, neither do they change their beings, nor can they be annihilated, and because they can react with each other as they are, as materialism says, in incense, not external circulations. Compounds emerge and succumb, emerge and dissolve again. It is an endless changing. If one looks only at the compounds, then we can speak very well about procreation, life and death in an inorganic kingdom. If a basic chemical idea reacts with another, then a new idea emerges with a distinct character. This new idea has again procreative power. It can react with others and shape a new idea with a distinct character. Let us take an acid, a base, and a salt. For example, SO3 FeO and FeOSO3. Ferrous oxide is neither iron nor oxygen. Sulfuric acid is neither sulfur nor oxygen. FeOSO3 is neither sulfuric acid nor ferrous oxide, and nevertheless the single ideas are contained in a compound. But the salt has no procreative powers anymore. In the inorganic compound, procreation is emerging and the individuals are indeed completely immersed in the begotten compound. Only when they sacrifice themselves, they can force themselves on a higher level, give themselves a different motion, which procreation is all about. The life of a chemical force consists in persisting in a determined motion, or when the circumstances are favorable, in the expressions of the desire of a new motion. This persistence is only possible due to constant resistance, and already here the truth clearly comes forward. Life is a struggle. Finally, the death of a chemical compound manifests itself as a comeback on the forces which we were bounded in it to their original motion. Here the question arises, in what way the inorganic and organic kingdom related? Does an inflammable gap really lie between them? We have actually answered both questions already at the beginning of physics. 40. We nevertheless have to discuss them again in more details. We have seen that there is only one principle in the world, the individual itself moving will to life. Whether I have a piece of a gold, a plant, an animal, a human before me, is in regarding their being from the most general point of view, really the same. Every one of them is individual will. Every one of them lives, strive, wants. What separates them from each other is their character. In fact, their way and manner, how they want life or their motion. This must seem to be false for many, because when they place a human next to a block of iron, they see in one a dead rest, in the other mobility, in one a homogeneous mass, in the other the most marvelous complicated organism, and when they examine more precisely, in one a dumb, simple edge to reach the center of the earth, in the other many skills, a lot of will quantities, a constant change of inner state, a rich spiritual and a delightful intellectual life, brief, a captivating game of forces in a close unity. They are shorter shrunks and think. The inorganic kingdom can be nothing more than a firm solid soil for the organic kingdom. It is what a well-built stage is for the actors. And if they consider men to be part of the organic kingdom, they have already much unbiased people, because most people detach humans from it and let them be the glorious Lord of nature. But it goes with those people, as I have shown above, as with those who get lost in the components of the locomotive and forget the main issue, its resulting motion. The stone, just like a man wants existence, wants to live. Whether life is here a simple blind edge, or there a result of many activities in an organic separated unitary will, is from the perspective of life alone totally the same. If this is the case, then it seems certainly every organism is in its essence only a chemical compound. This must be investigated as I set out above. Two chemical ideas can beget a third, which is distinct from the others. They are completely bound and their compound is something completely new. If ammonia would have a self-consciousness, then it would feel itself neither nitrogen nor hydrogen, but instead unitary ammonia in a particular condition. 43. Basic compounds can beget again, and the product is the third, one which is totally different from the single component. If ammonia chloride would have a self-consciousness, it would then not feel itself as chloride or nitrogen or hydrogen, but instead simply ammonium chloride. From this perspective, there is really no distinction between a chemical composition and an organism. Both are unity in which a certain amount of basic chemical ideas are merged together. But the chemical compound is, as long as it exists, constant. It secretes no ingredient and does not absorb others, or brief, no metabolism takes place. Furthermore, procreation is in the inorganic compound essentially limited, And not only this, but the individual which procreates is lost in the begotten compound. The type of a compound depends on the individual which are bound together. It stands and falls with them, does not float above them. An organism secretes from the compound sometimes this, sometimes subtracts and assimilates replacement. It is a continuous maintenance of the type. Then it procreates. In fact, they in some way from the detached part have this type and maintain themselves. The perpetuation continues. This motion which separates organism from chemical compounds is growth in the wider sense. We must therefore say every organism is in essence a chemical compound, but with a total different motion. But here, the difference lies merely in the motion, and here we have to deal, like everywhere, with individual will to life. So there is really no gap between the organic and the inorganic ideas. Rather, the kingdom borders each other. The eye of the researcher gets fogged because of the organs. Here he sees the organs, there he sees none. So he concludes, and there is an immeasurable gap between a stone and a plant. He simply takes a lower standpoint, from which he cannot see the main issue, the motion. Every organ exists only for a determined motion. The stone does not need organs because it has a unitary undivided motion. The plant, on the other hand, needs organs. Because the determined motion it desires, resulting motion can only be accomplished with organs. It is only about the motion, not how they arise. And indeed, there is no gap between organic and inorganic. 44. Meanwhile, it might appear the difference itself is still a more fundamental one. If one considers the organic to be a side matter and regard it from the higher standpoint of pure motion. This is, however, not the case in physics. From the standpoint of pure motion, there is initially no greater difference between plants and hydrogen sulfate than, on the other hand, within the inorganic kingdom, between water and water vapor, between water and ice, or on the other hand, within the organic kingdom, between a plant and an animal and a human. The motion towards all direction, the motion toward the center of the earth, growth, motion caused by visualized motives, motion caused by abstract motive. All these motion constitute differences between the individual wills. The difference between the motion of the water vapor and ice can, for me, not is more wondrous than the difference between the motion of ice and the growth of a plant. There is what the case looks like from outside. From the inside, the case is even more simple. If I were allowed to use what will come already, then I would solve the problem with a single word. But here we place ourselves on the lower standpoint of physics. Even if it's so low, we must long with every step after metaphysics. We may nevertheless not let both disciplines flow into each other, which would cause unholy confusion. In physics, the first motion presents itself, as we know, as the disintegration of the transcendental unity into multiplicity. All motions which follow it bear the same character. Disintegration into multiplicity, life and motion, all these expressions means one and the same thing. The disintegration of the unity into multiplicity is the principle of the inorganic kingdom, just as well as the organic kingdom. In the latter, the implementation of it is just much more diverse. It cuts much deeper, and its consequences, struggle for existence and the weakening of their force, are larger. So we come back where we have started, but with the results, there is no gap which separates the inorganic bodies from organisms. 45. The organic kingdom is merely higher tier than the inorganic. That is a more perfected form for the struggle of existence. In fact, the weakening of the force, as repulsive, laughable as it may sound, man is in essence a chemical compound, and he distinguishes himself only by having a different motion. So true is this result. Nevertheless, in physics, it loses its repellent character. When we keep in mind, wherever we search in nature, we find one principle only, the individual will to life, which wants one thing alone, living and living. Since the organic kingdom is built upon the inorganic one in the immanent philosophy, she teaches the same as materialism, but is not therefore identical with the latter. The fundamental difference between the two of them is the following. Materialism is not an immanent philosophical system. The first thing it teaches is an external matter, a basic unity, which no one has ever seen and no one will ever see. If materialism wants to be immanent, means being honest in the observation of nature, then it must declare matter to be from the subject-independent collective unity and say it is the sum of these and many basic substances. Materialism does not do this, however, and although no one has yet been capable of making hydrogen from oxygen, copper from gold, materialism nevertheless puts behind every basic substance the mythical basic being, the indistinguishable matter, not Zeus, nor Jupiter, or the God of the Jews, Christians and Muslims, no Brahmin of the Indians. Brief, no unseen, transcendental being is so ardently in the heart, so fully believed as the mystical deity matter of the materialist. Due to the undeniable fact, the organic kingdom can be constructed from the inorganic kingdom. The mind of the materialist joins the heart and they ignite together. Despite the egregious or the experience in the face hitting assumption of the basic matter, it is still not enough to explain the diverse mystical essences. There are forces of nature which are not identical with matter, but for all these times connected with it. Therefore, materialism rests upon two principles, or with other words, it is transcendental domestic dualism. In the immanent philosophy, however, matter is ideal in our head as subjective ability for the cognition of the outer world, and substance certainly an indistinguishable unity, but equally ideal in our head a composition, a story gained by the synthetic reason based on matter without the least reality and only present in order to recognize all objects. 46. There is independent from the subject only force, only individual wills in the world, one single principle, whereas materialism is transcendental dogmatic dualism. The immanent philosophy is purely immanent dynamism. It is impossible to imagine a greater difference. To call materialism the most rational system is completely incorrect. Every transcendental system is by itself not rational. Materialism, merely as philosophical system, is worse than it seems. The truth, the basic chemical ideas are the sea out of which all organic things are raised, thanks to which they exist, and where they dissolve, shine a pure, immanent light upon materialism and gives it a captivating charm. The basic chemical ideas are the sea out of which all organic things are raised, thanks to which they exist, and where they dissolve, shine a pure immanent light upon materialism and gives it a captivating charm. But the critical reason will not let herself be misled. She investigates precisely and discovers behind the blinding shine the old phantasm, the transcendental unity in or over or behind the world and coexisting with it, which appears here and everywhere in fantastic wrappings. One reminder, immanent means within the boundaries of experience, transcendental means beyond the boundaries of experience. Transcendental must thus be well distinguished from transcendental. Now we have to examine the relation of a single being towards the entirety, the world. Here we encounter the great difficulty, namely, if the individual will to live be the sole principle of the whole, then it must totally be independent. But if it is independent and totally autonomous, then a dynamic interconnection is impossible. Experience teaches us the opposite. It forces itself to every faithful observer of nature. It shows him a dynamic interconnection and the individual's independence on it. Consequently, we are inclined to conclude so. The individual will to life cannot be the principle of the world. In philosophy, artificial language, the problem presents itself like this. Single beings are independent substances, and the influx physicus is impossibility. 47. For how a total independent being could be impacted by others, how could change be considered, or the single beings are not independent substances, and there must be a basic substance which galvanizes the single being, from which the single beings as it were obtain their life as merely as alone. The problem is exceedingly important. Nay, one could declare it to be the most important one in all philosophy. The individual self-reign is in great danger, and it appears, according to the exposition above, it is irredeemably lost. If the immanent philosophy is incapable of saving the individual, which it has so loyally protected up until now, then we are confronted with the logical coercion of declaring it to be a puppet and to give it unconditionally back to the hands of somewhere a transcendental being. In case the only choice is neither monotheism or pantheism, in case nature lies and presses full gold instead of real in our hands by showing us everywhere only individual and nowhere a basic unity, then we lie to ourselves. When we grasp ourselves in our most inner self, consciousness as frightened or defiantly a blissful or suffering I, then no purely immanent domain exists, and therefore also the immanent philosophy can only be a work of a lie and deception. If we succeed, on the other hand, to save the individual will the fact of inner and outer experience, then we are equally confronted with the logical quotient to break definitely and forever with all the transcendental phantasm. They may appear in discuss of monotheism, pantheism, or materialism. In case, and indeed for the first time, atheism is scientifically proven, one can see we stand before a very important question. Let us meanwhile not forget, physics is not the place where the truth can drop all her veins. She will reveal her sublime image on the later moment in all her blessed clarity and beauty. In physics, the questions can, in the best case, only be answered halfway. This is, however, for now enough. I can be concise here.
48.
By its hands, we followed the development roads, aparte, found however we could on the immanent domain, not only escape multiplicity, like how an astronaut cannot reach the boundaries of the atmosphere, but will instead, as high as he might rise, always be encompassed by air. Likewise, the fact of innermost and outer experience, the individual will did not leave us. On the other hand, our reason rightfully demanded a basic unity. In this affliction, we only had one result, to let the individuals flow beyond the immanent domain in an incomprehensible unity. We are not in the present, where we can never go beyond the plain existence of the object, but in the past. And when we therefore declared the found transcendental domain to not exist anymore, but instead to be pre-worldly and lost, we did not use a logical trick, but serve in loyalty the truth. Everything which is was consequently the basic pre-worldly unity, before which, as we remember, all our faculties collapsed. We could form neither image nor any kindness of it. Therefore also no representation of the way and manner, how the immanent world of multiplicity existed before the basic unity. But we gained one irrefutable certainty, mainly this world of multiplicity was once in a basic unity, beside which nothing else could exist. This is where the key for the solution of the problem lies, which we are dealing with. Why and how the unity decomposed into multiplicity? These are the questions which may be asked in no physics. We can only do this. Whatever the decomposition led us back to, it was the deed of the basic unit. When we consequently found on the immanent domain only individuals' wills, and the world is nothing but the collective unity of these individuals, and then they are nevertheless not totally independent, since they were in a basic unity and the world is this deed of this unity. Thus, there lies, as it were, a reflect of a pre-worldly unity on this world of multiplicity. It encompasses it, as it were, all with an invisible, unbreakable bond, and this bond is the dynamic interconnection of the world.
49.
So we have the individuals with half independence, for one half active from his own force, for one half conditioned by the other ideas. His impacts the development of the world which self regains, and the development of the world impacts his own individuality. All fetishes, God, demons, and spirits own their own origin due to the one-sided view of the dynamic interconnection of the world. If everything went fine, in ancient times, men did not think of fetishes, gods, demons, and spirits. Then the individuals felt his own force, and he felt himself like a god. If, on the other hand, other ideas obstructed man with terrible, frightening activities, then his force totally vanished from his consciousness. He saw in the activity of the ideas that everything destroying omnipotence of an angry transcendent being, and draw himself for the idols of the wood and stone with a shaking body and terrible anxiety. Today it will be different. Since then, before the transcendent domain was separated from the immanent one, and indeed, so the former existed alone before the world, and the latter exists alone right now. With right, the disjunctive judgment was cast. Either the individual is independent, which makes the influx physicus, the dynamic interconnection, impossible, or is not independent, in which case the influx physicus is the activity of some basic substance. But today, this either or has no justification anymore. The individual will to live is, despite its half-self-reign, saved as the solely principle of the world. The result of the self-reign is nevertheless unsatisfying. Every clear and pious mind demands the supplementation. We will obtain it in the metaphysics. In the PSR, we determine the being of the pre-worldly basic unity in negotiation according to our cognition. we have found the unity was inactive, unexploded, indistinguishable, unbreakable, basic, motionless, timeless, external. Now we have to determine it from the standpoint of physics. Whenever we consider an object in nature, it may be a gas, a liquid, a stone, a plant, an animal, a human. Always we will find it in unsettled striving, in a restless inner motion. But motion was unknown to the basic unity. The opposite of motion is rest, of which we can form us in no way any representation. We are not talking here about the seeming utter rest, 48, which we can certainly very well represent to ourselves as the opposite of the logo motion. We are talking about the absolute inner motionlessness. We must therefore assign the pre-worldly unity absolute rest. If we delve into the interconnection of the universe, on the one side, the determined character of the individual, on the other side, then we recognize that everything in the world happens with necessity. Whatever we may examine, a stone, which our hands drops, a growing plant, an animal acting on basic visualized motive and inner urge, humans, who have to act obediently according to a sufficient motive. They all stand under the iron law of necessity. In the world, there's no place for freedom. And as we will come to see clearly in the ethics, it has to be this way. It has to be this way. If the world wants to have sense at all, what freedom is in philosophical context? Liberam arbitram indifferentia. We can indeed determine it with words and say something like, is the capability of a human with a determined character to want or not want when confronted with sufficient motive. But if we think about this for a single moment, then we recognize it immediately. This is so easily accomplished combination of words can never be verified, even if we were capable of phantoming the deeds humans for centuries. It goes with freedom just as it went with the rest. The basic unity, however, is we must assign freedom simply because it was the basic unity. There, the quotient of motion is absent, the only known factor for every motion known to us, for it was splitted, totally alone and solidar. The immanent scheme, word of multiplicity, motion, necessity, is just opposed by the transcendent scheme, basic unity, rest, freedom. And now we have to make the last step. We have found that in the PSR already, their force, the moment it travels across the small thread of existence from immanent domain to transcendental domain, stops being the unity in which it succumbs. Later on the session, we found that what we call force is individual will. And finally, in physics, we have seen the mind is merely the function of the will, excreted organs, and is in deepest extent nothing else than a part of a divided motion. So our intimately known main principle on the immanent domain, the will, and to its ordinate sub-secondary and equally intimate principle, mind, lose like force. When we want to carry it on to the transcendental domain, 50, all and every meaning for us, they forfeit their nature and escape from our knowledge. Thus we are forced to the declaration the basic unity was neither will nor mind, nor a particular intertwine of will and mind. Hereby we lose their last points of reference. In vain we tried to use our artistic, magnificent device for the cognition of the outer world. Senses, understanding, reason, paralyzed. Without avail we hold in us found principles, will and mind as mirror before the mysterious invisible and on the other side of the gap, in hope it will reveal itself to us. No image is cast back, but now we have the right to give this being the well-known name, always designates what no power of imagination, no flight of the boldest fantasy, no intimate devoured heart, no abstract thinking, however profound, and no enraptured and transported spirit has ever attained. God! Code. No school has more goodness and gentleness. None has more love for human beings. No more attention to the common good. The goal which it assigns to us to be useful, to help others, and to take care not only of ourselves, but for everyone in general and of each one in particular. End quote. Seneca on Clemens 3.3.
51. Ethics.
To expect that someone does something without him being urged to do so by any interest at all is like expecting a piece of wood to move towards me without a cord thrown him. Schopenhauer. Ethics is eudaimonic, or arts of happiness, an explanation which has endured many attempts to total it, always without success. The task of ethics is to investigate happiness, in fact, the satisfaction of the human heart, in all its stages, to grasp its most perfect form and place it on a firm foundation. In fact, indicate the method how a man can reach the full peace of heart, the highest happiness. Every deed of man, the most noble as well as the lowest one, is egoistic. It flows out of his determined individuality, a determined I, with a sufficient motive, and can in no way take place. The cause for the difference between all characters, here it is not the place to go into details on that. We simply have to accept it as a fact. It is for the compassionate as impossible to let his neighbors live in need, as it is for the hard-hearted to help them. Both of them live according to their character, their nature, their I, according to their happiness, so egoistically, because if the compassionate does not dry the tears of others, is he happy? And if the hard-hearted elevate the suffering of others, is he satisfied? History indisputably documents the facts of moral enlightenment of the will. One will not, on one hand, dispute the veritable and true love of their fatherland of the Greeks in the era of the Persian Wars, or dispute life must have seemed to be of great value to them, because what did these blessed people lack? It was the only branch of humanity that had a beautiful happy youth. With all others, it went like with those individuals who came due circumstances, not to the conscience of their youth and squandered and disdained pleasures while dying. And precisely because the Greeks knew to estimate the life in their land, they had to fulfill the passionate patriotism, their civic duty, for they were a small people, and when they were assaulted by the military dominance of the Persians, everyone knew only if everyone stand by his own life, victory was possible, and everyone knew what results a defeat will bring, lingering and slavery. 51. Here every will had to ignite, every mouth had to speak rather death. Furthermore, the truly firm faith caused by the most sudden conversions. Let us remember the elevated appearances from the first 3 centuries of Christianity. Men who had been just a day before their conversions. Truly wealthy people suddenly thought of nothing else but the salvation of their immortal soul and clearly threw their life away under the most horrific torture. Did a miracle take place? In no way. They had clearly recognized where their well-being lies. Years of torment are nothing compared to a tormentless eternity. The happiest earthly life is nothing compared to external bliss, and the eternity of the soul as well as the last judgment as the church taught it. Here every moment had to undergo rebirth, the will had to ignite, like how the stone must fall on earth, like how before he had to splurge and anxiously had to keep every torment away from himself. Now he had to give the poor man his positions in order to profess, I am Christ. Since it was simply an irresistibly strong motive that had entered his knowledge. Quote, whoever acknowledges me before others, I will also acknowledge before my Father in heaven. Matthew 10, verse 32. Quote, blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. End quote. Matthew 5, verse 10. The atmosphere was so full of new teachings. It brought forth a spiritual epidemic. Masses of people crowded themselves around the tribunal of Roman governments, craving for the most agonizing death. As libertarian tells, a proctor shouted to such a mass of people, damned, if you want to die, then you have ropes and chasms. He did not know this was all about the kingdom of heaven, and to reach it, according to the great promise, a matter that is the easiest way. The individual who is caught in moral rapture, it may be temporary or permanent, has eye only for his real or presumed advantage, and for everything else he is dead.
54.
Thus the noble one who has ignited himself to the mission of his forefathers sent back wives and children with the words, "Go back if you are hungry." Thus the righteous one rather starve on the street than tainting his pure, light soul with injustice. Thus the saint leave his mother, his sister, and brothers. Nay, he betrays them and say, "Who are my mothers and my brothers?" For all bonds that keep him shackled to the world are torn, and only his external life captivates his whole being. We have seen a will can ignite itself only with the knowledge of a great advantage. This is very important and must be held on to. From the preceding follows a real Christ whose will has truly ignited itself to the teachings of a gentle Savior. So a saint is the happiest human imaginable, for his will can be compared to a clean water surface, lies so deep, even the strongest hurricane cannot cause wrinkles. He has the complete inner peace and nothing on this world, be it what men regard as the greatest evil, can cause distress or sadness. Hereby, we also want to remark, although the reversal can happen only due to the clear knowledge of the great advantage, after it has been accomplished, the hope for the heavenly kingdom can vanish completely, as the testimony of God-like people, as the mystics say, clearly proves. The reason is evident. They stand in such an inner joy, peace, and not assailed ability. They are indifferent to everything, life, death, and life after death. They have in their state of being the certainty. It can never disappear. The kingdom of heaven that lies in them totally encompasses the heavenly kingdom should come. They live inexpressible blissfully in the present alone. In fact, in the feeling of enduring inner immovability, even when this is only a deception, or with other words, a fleeting state of the deepest aesthetic contemplation has become permanent in the saint. It continues forever, since nothing is in the world capable to move the inner core of the individual. And like with the aesthetics contemplation, where the subject just as well as the object are elevated from time, likewise, the saint lives timelessly. It is unalterably good. In this apparent rest, this lasting inner immovability, though the outer man still has to move, fails and suffer. 55. And this life, he will never forsake it, even if he could exchange it for an angel's life. Ecstatics. The sublime state of being is founded upon the imagined will, quality, firmness, or undoubted, and arises from self-deception. But if a will is really undoubted and firm, then the sublimity, which can be here simply be defined as contempt for death, inherent in the thing in itself, and one talks with the right of sublime characters. I distinguish three kinds of sublime characters. 1, the heroes. 2, the wise. 3, the wise heroes. The hero is completely conscious his own life is endangered, and although he loves it, he will if he has to leave it behind. The hero is, for example, a soldier who has been victorious over the fear of death, and everyone who puts his life at risk to save others. The wise knows about the worthlessness of life, and his knowledge has enlightened his will. The latter is a requirement, sine qua non, for the wise. For what we have in eyes is the actual elevation about life, which is the sole criteria for sublimity. The bare recognition life is worthless cannot bring about the fruit of resignation. The recognition leads to it, but only the recognition is like an unplanned seed. The most sublime character is the wise hero. He stands on the position of the wise, but does not wait, like him, in resignation for death, but tries to use his life as a useful weapon to fight for the good for humanity. He dies with a sword in his hands, figuratively and literal, and is every minute for his existence ready to surrender well and blood for it. The wise hero is the purest manifestation on earth, and merely his view elevates the other humans, and because they get trapped in the illusion, they have, because they are human too, the same capability to suffer and die for others like him. He is in the position of the sweetest individuality and lives the real blissful life. 54. Related to the sublime state of being is the humor. Before we define it, we have to sink into the being of the humorist. We have found above the real wise are indeed elevated above life. His will must have enlightened itself through the knowledge of the worklessness of life, if only this knowledge is present, without having inhered his inner being, or also, if the will recognizes his mind, he cannot find in life the satisfaction which he seeks, but embraces in the next moment full of desire, life with 1,000 arms. Then the real wise will not appear. In this odd relation between will and mind lies the cause of the humorist. The humorist cannot maintain himself at a clear peak where the wise stand permanently. The normal human being gets fully absorbed by life. He does not break himself the head above the world. He does not ask himself, where do I come from, or where do I go? He keeps his eyes fixed on the earthly goals. The wise, on the other hand, live in a tight sphere which he pulls around himself and has become, by what manner is irrelevant, clear about him and the world. Both of them rest firmly on themselves, but not the humorist. He has tasted the peace of the wise. He has experienced the blessedness of the ecstatic state of being. He has been guest at the table of the gods. He has lived in either or transparent clearness, and nevertheless, an irresistible violence pulls him back to the mud of the world, because he can approve of one goal only, striving to the peace of the grave, and must reject everything else as folly. But every time and always he gets lured by the sirens back to the whirlpool, and he dances in the sultry saloon with deep desire for rest and peace in his heart. He could be called the child of an angel and the daughter of a human. He belongs to two worlds because he lacks the power to renounce one of them. In the banquet hall of the gods, the call from below disturbed him. When he throws himself in the arms of lust, then the desire to above spoil him the mere pledge. Therefore, his inner being gets thrown between the two and he feels as being torn. The basic mood, the humorist, is displeasure, but which does not yield or budge, which stands firmly. What he has seized and will not let go is the recognition death should be favored over life. Quote, the day of death is better than the day of one's birth. End quote. 57. He is not a wise and even less a wise hero, but he is for them the one who has fully and completely recognized the greatness of these nobles, the sublimity of their characters, and the blissful feeling which fulfills them. He sympathizes, he co-feels it, he carries them as an idea within himself and knows he, because he is a human, can also achieve this idea within himself. When the sun greets the planet in their course. With this and the firm recognition death is preferable over life, he focuses away from the displeasure and elevates himself above himself. Now he is free from displeasure. He sees, which is very noteworthy, his own state of being which he has escaped objectively. In it, he misses his idea and he smiles at the stupidity of his half. Since laughing appears always when we discover discrepancy. In fact, when we compare something to a metal yardstick and consider it to be short or too long. Having entered the brilliant relation in his state of being, he does not lose sight of the fact he will fall back in the ridiculous folly soon, since he knows the force of his love to the world, and therefore laughs only with one eye and the other one whines. Now the mouth jests, and behind the fetish of cheerfulness lies deep gravity. Humor is therefore a very curious particular double movement. Its first part is the displeased fluctuation between two worlds, and in second part, a pure contemplative state of being. In the latter, they will also fluctuate between full freedom of the displeasure and tearful melancholy. The same is the case when the humorist takes a look at the world. With every appearance, he compares his ideas and never does it match it. But straight away, he remembers himself, how strongly life lures him, how impossibly hard it is for him to renounce, since we all through and through hungry will to live. Now he thinks, speaks or writes about others with likewise mindless as he judged himself, and with tears in his eyes, smiling, joking with teaching lips, he is fulfilled with compassion for humanity. Quote, I'm gripped by all of mankind's misery. End quote. Good. 58. Since the humor can appear in every character, every temperament, it will always be of individual color. I recall the sentimental Stan, the tall-headed, the arid Shakespeare, the warm-hearted Jean Paul, and the chivalric Vance. It is clear the humorist is more suitable than any other mortals to become a true wise. If one time the absurd recognition enlightens one form of his willing, then the jesting flies his away from the smiling lips and both eyes become earnest. Then the humorist moves like the hero, the wise and the wise hero, from the aesthetic domain into the ethical domain. Although the hero's basic mood is deep peacefulness, so pure happiness, he is seldom fulfilled with overwhelming delight, mostly in great moments only, since life is a hard struggle for everyone and for he who is still firmly rooted in the world, also when his eyes are completely drunk of the light of the ideal state, he will not be free from need, pain, and headache. The pure permanent peace of the heart of the Christian saint has no hero. Should it then, without faith, really be impossible to achieve? The movement of humanity to the ideal state is a fact. Little reflection is required to see the life of the whole as little as his single lives enter in a still stand. The movement must be the restless one, where it cannot be spoken of life at all. Therefore, will humanity be in the ideal state? There can be no rest. But where should it move to? There is only one movement left for it, the movement to complete annihilation, the movement from being into non-being. And humanity, in fact, all single then living humans, will execute this movement in irresistible desire to rest of absolute death. The movement of humanity to the ideal state will also follow the others, from being into non-being. The movement of humanity is, after all, the movement from being into non-being. If we separate the two movements, then from the first one appears the rule of full dedication to the common good, the latter the rule of celibacy, which is admittedly not required by the Christian religion but is recommended as the highest and most perfect virtue. For although the movement will be fulfilled despite basal sexual urge and lust, it is seriously demanded to every individual to be chaste so that the movement could reach its goal more quickly. 59. For these demands righteous and unrighteous, merciful and hard-hearted, heroes and criminals, all shine away with exception for a few, who as Christ calls them as born as eunuchs. Can no human fulfill it with pleasure without having to experience a complete reversal of his own will? All reversals, enlightenments of wills, which we have seen up to this point, were the reversals of wills who still wanted life, and the heroes, just like the Christian saint, sacrifice it only. In fact, he has contempt for death because a better life is obtained. Now, however, the will should not merely have contempt for death, but he should love it, because chastity is love to death. Unheard demand, the will to live wants to live and exist, being and life. He wants to exist for all of eternity, and because he can only stay in it through procreation, his fundamental willing concentrates itself in sexual instinct, which is the most full affirmation of the will to live, and significantly overrule all other urges and desires in intensity and power. Now, how can a human fulfill the demand? How can he overcome the sexual urges which present itself to every honest observer of nature as unsurmountably? Only the fear of great punishment in combination with all advantages outweighing advantage can give human the force to conquer it. In fact, the will must enlighten itself at a clear and completely certain recognition. It is already above mentioned recognition. Non-existence is better than existence, or as the recognition. Life is the hell, and the still night of death is the annihilation of hell. And the human who has clearly and unmistakably recognized it, all life is suffering. It is in whatever form it appears, essentially unhappy and painful, also in the ideal state. So he, like the Christ child in the arms of Sister Madonna, can only look with appeal eyes in the world and then consider the deep rest, the inexpressible felicity of the aesthetic contemplation, and that, in construct to the wakened state, the true reflection found happiness of the stateless sleep, whose elevation into eternity is absolute death. Such a human must enlighten himself at the presented advantage. He has no choice. 60. The thought to be reborn, in fact to be dragged back by unhappy children's peace and restlessly on the thorny and stone streets of existence, is for him the most horrible and despairing he can have. On the other side, the thought to be able to break off the long chain of development, where he had to go forward with always bleeding feet, pushed, tormented, and tortured, desperately wishing for rest, the sweetest and most refreshing. And if he's on the right way, with every step he gets less disturbed by sexual urges. With every step, his heart becomes lighter until his inside enters the same joy, blissfully serenity, and complete immobility as the true Christian saint. He feels himself in accordance with the movement of humanity from existence into non-existence, from the torment of life into absolute death. He enters his movement of the whole clearly. He acts eminently ethically, and his reward is the undisturbed peace of heart, the perfect calm of spirit, and the peace is higher than all reason. And all of this can be accomplished without having to believe in a unity in, above, or behind the world, without fear for a hell or hope for heaven after death, without mystical intellectual intuition, without inexplicable work of grace, without contradictions with nature and our own consciousness of ourselves, the only sources with which we can build with certitude, merely the results of an unbiased, pure, cold recognition of our reason, man's highest power, the enlightenment of the will through the knowledge that humanity moves from being into non-being, and the other one, non-existence is better than existence. Or, through knowledge of the latter judgment alone, two judgments which can be recognized independently from each other, with a lucid look on the world, is the philosophical denial of the individual will to live. Thereby, united will once until death, the happy state of the peace of heart, without interruption. In death, total annihilation, the total and complete salvation from himself. He wants to be ripped out of the book of life forever. With fading movement, he wants to lose life completely, and with life, the inner core of his being. This determined idea wants to be annihilated. This determined type, this determined form wants to be shattered forever. The immanent philosophy knows no miracles and cannot tell about events in other unperceived world, events which should be the consequences of deeds in the world. 61. Therefore, there is for her only one certain denial of will to live. It is with virginity. As we have seen in physics, man finds complete annihilation in death. Nevertheless, he is only seemingly annihilated if he lives on his children. In these children, he has already resurrected from death. In them, he has seized life again and affirmed it for a duration is indeterminable. The insurmountably average of the sexes after the act of procreation in the animal kingdom appears in human as a deep grief. In them, a soft voice complains like Proserpine. Smooth thing, suddenly what avails me? In the midst of this joy, in the midst of the manifest bliss with terrible pains, with iron hands reaching through hell, what crime have I committed in my enjoyment? And the world jests, are you ours? You were to return sober, and the bite of the apple makes you ours. Those who face death with certainty of salvation stand indeed unrounded in the world and have only the one desire to pass from their deep peace of heart into complete annihilation. But their original character is not dead. It has only gone to the background, and even if it no longer motivates the individual to deeds which would have been accordant with it, will nevertheless give the reminder of this life and a special call. Based on this, all those who have a certainty of their individual salvation will not reveal one and the same appearance. Nothing will be more wrong than to assume this. One has always been proud and silent will not become talkative and affirmable. Another one, whose loving being spread the most present warmth, will not become shy and sinister. The third one, who has been a melancholic, will not become juvenile and cheerful. Likewise, the activity and occupation will not be the same amongst them. One of them will distance himself from the world, search solitude, and will chastise himself like religious penitent. because he recognizes an always humble will can only be maintained in asceticism. Another one will continue to exercise his profession. A third one will cry the tears of the unhappy ones with the words and deeds. The fourth one will fight for his people or for humanity. Will deploy his totally worthless life, since thereby the movement towards the ideal state in which alone the salvation of everyone can take place is accelerated.
62.
Whoever turns completely towards himself in denial of the will deserves the full praise of the children of this world. For he is a child of light and he walks on the right way. Only the ignorant or malicious could dare to slander them. But higher we should esteem them, who let immovable from the inside, the outer man chance and serve, in order to help his darkened brothers, tirelessly tumbling, building and rising himself again, never letting loose the banner of salvation in his hand, until he collapses in a fight for humanity and the gentle splendid light in his eyes vanishes. He is the purest manifestation on this earth. He is the enlightened one, a redeemer, a vector, a martyr, a wise hero. Only this they have in common. They have shared for meaningless and they are insensitive to everything which can be motive to the natural egoism. They have contempt for life and love death. And one distinctive mark they will all bear: mindless. They do not envy, they do not boast. They bear everything, they enjoy everything. They do not judge and do not stone. They always apologize and will only frankly recommend the path on which they have found this so priceless rest and most delightful peace. Quote, never to have been his best, end quote. Sophocles. 63. Aesthetics. 68. Quote, if I write what I feel, it's to reduce the fever of feeling. What I confess is unimportant, because everything is unimportant. End quote. Fernando Pessoa. 69. Metaphysics, the philosophy which so far has grown from two sources only, nature in the widest sense and self-consciousness, does not enter her last session. Metaphysics, releasing the brick so that she can go mad with reason. In the metaphysics, she simply places herself at the highest immanent standpoint. So far, she has taken for every field the highest observation site, from where she could behold the whole defined era. However, when she desired to extend her view beyond the borders, higher mountain obstructed the panorama. But now, she is standing on the highest summit. She stands above all fields. In fact, she looks down upon the whole world and summarizes everything from one point of view. Also in the metaphysics, the fairness of research will not abandon us, since the immanent philosophy has so far taken in all separated teachings always a correct, although one-sided standpoint. Many results must be one-sided. Accordingly, in metaphysics, we do not only have to place the apex of the pyramid, but also have to supplement the half results and smoothen the unpolished ones. Already in the PSR we found, following apart the art, the development roads of their things, with the help of time, a basic pre-worldly unity before which our cognition collapsed. We've determined it according to our mental faculties, negatively as inactive, contracted, indistinguishable, no split, motionless, timeless. In physics, we place ourselves before this unity again, hoping to get a glimpse of it in the mirror of the principles we had found in the meantime, will and mind. But here again, our efforts were completely in vain. Nothing was shown in our mirror. We had to determine it negatively again, as basic unity in rest and freedom, which was neither no will nor mind, nor an intertwine of will and mind. And on the other hand, we've obtained three exceedingly important positive results. 70. We have discovered this basic unity, God, disintegrating itself into a world perished and totally disappeared. Furthermore, the imaged world, precisely because of its origin in a basic unity, stands in a true dynamic interconnection, and related to this, destiny is the out of the activity of all single beings, resulting continual motion, and finally the pre-worldly unity existed. The existence is the small thread of which spans over the chasms between immanent and transcendental domain, and to this we have to hold on to. The basic unity existed. In no way we can identify more than this. What kind of existence is this being was totally shrouded for us. If we nevertheless want to determine it in more detail, we have to seek refuge in negation and again, and proclaim it has no resemblance to whatever a kind of being known to us. For all beings known to us is moved beings, is becoming, whereas the basic unity was absolute rest. Its beingless was over-being, thereby our positive knowledge remained completely untouched, for the negation does not refer to the existence itself, but only the kind of existence which we cannot make comprehensible. From this positive knowledge, the basic unity existed, follows from itself the other positive, very important knowledge. The basic unity must have had a determined accent. For every existentia, suppose an extension. And it is simply unthinkable a pre-worldly unity existed, while being in itself without accent, in fact nothing, but from the accent, the essentia of God, we can have, like from his existentia, not the purest of all representation. Everything which we can grasp or perceive in the world as accents of single things is inseparably connected with motion, and God rested. If we nevertheless want to determine his accent, then this can be done by only negation, and we must proclaim the being of God was for us incomprehensible, but in itself determined over accents. Also, our positive knowledge, the basic unity had a determined accent, remains totally untouched by this negation. Thus far, everything is clear, but it also seems as if here human wisdom comes at its end, and the break-up of the unity into multiplicity is simply unformable. Meanwhile, we are not completely helpless. We precisely have a breakup of the unity into multiplicity, the transaction of a transcendental domain into the immanent one, the death of God and the birth of the world. 71. We stand before a deed, the first and the only deed of the basic unit. The transcendental domain was followed by the immanent one, has become something which has not been before. There is perhaps not a possibility to phantom the deed itself. Without going mad in fantasy and succumbing to reverie, we will be very careful with right. Certainly we stand here before an event which we can grasp as nothing else but as a deed. We are also within our right to do so, since we are still standing on the immanent domain, which is nothing else but this deed. But if we could ask for the factors which brought forth this deed, then we leave the immanent domain and find ourselves in the shoeless ocean of the transcendental, which is forbidden because all of our cognitive faculties collapse on it. On the immanent domain, in the world, the factors in themselves of somewhere a deed are always known to us. Always we have no one hand in individual will of a determined character, and on the other hand, a sufficient motive. We were to use this irrefutable fact for the question lying before us. Then we have to identify the world as a deed which has flowed out of a divine will and divine intelligence. In fact, we would have put ourselves into a total contradiction with the result of the immanent philosophy. We will make immanent principle in the most arbitrary and sophisticated man, constitutive ones on the transcendental domain, which is totogena different from the immanent domain. But at once here a way is out open, which we may enter without second thought. We stand, as we said, before a deed of basic unity. If we could simply call this deed a motivated act of volition, like all deeds known to us in the world, then we could have been unfaithful to our vocation, betray the truth, and be foolish dreamers. For we may assign God neither will nor mind. The immanent principle, will and mind, can simply not be transferred to the pre-worldly essence. We may not make them constitutive principles for the deduction of the deed. 72. In contrast, we can make them regular principles for the mere judgment of the deed. In fact, we may try to explain for ourselves the origin of the world by doing this. We comprehend it as if it was a motive act of volition. The difference immediately jumps out. 1. In the latter case, we merely judge programmatically according to an analog with deeds in this world without giving in mad arrogancy any apodictic judgment. In the first case, we really assert the sense of God was, like of man, an inseparable connection of will and mind. Whether one says on a letter or expresses it in more concise manner, and speaks about the will of God's potential will, resting in active will, the mind of God's potential mind, resting in active mind. Always the results for the fair research are hit in the face. For will suppose motion, and mind is excreted will with a special motion. A will in rest is a contradiction in adjective and bears the mind of logical contradiction. Some elaboration by Kant. I think to myself merely the relation of a being, in itself completely unknown to me, to the greatest possible systematic unity of the universe, solely for the purpose of using it as a scheme of the regulative principle of the greatest possible empirical employment of my reason. Critic of Pure Reason, A67, B707. But we stop at this boundary if we limit our judgment merely to the relation which the world may have to be a being whose very concept lies beyond all the knowledge which can be attained within the world. For we then do not attribute to the Supreme Being any of the properties in themselves by which we present objects of experience. But if I say we are compelled to consider the world as if it were the work of a supreme understanding and will, I really say nothing more than a watch, a ship, a regiment bears the same relation to the watchmaker, a shipbuilder, a commanding officer, as the world of sense does to the unknown, which I do not hereby recognize as it is in itself, but as it is for me or in relation to the world of which I am a part. Such a knowledge is one of analog and does not signify as commonly understood an imperfect similarity of two things, but a perfect similarity of relation between two quite dissimilar things. 73. By means of this analog, however, there remains a concept of the Supreme Being sufficiently determined for us, though we have left out everything could determine it absolutely in itself. For we determine it as regard the world, as regard ourselves, and more do we not require. We do not therefore proceed on the forbidden path. If we comprehend the deed of God as if it was a motivated act of valuation and consequently provisionally merely for the judgment of the deed, assign will and mind to the essence of God. We have to assign him will and mind and not will alone. It's clear for God was in absolute solitude and none existed beside him. He could not be motivated from outside, only by himself. In his self-consciousness, his being alone was mirrored, nothing else. From this follows with logical cohesion the freedom of God. The liberum arbitrum indifferentiator could find application in one single choice, namely either to remain as he is. He indeed also had the freedom to be different, but for this being something else, the freedom must remain latent in all direction. For we can imagine no perfected and better being than the basic unit. Consequently, only one deed was possible for God, and indeed a free deed, because he was under no coercion, because he could just as well have not executed it as executing it, merely going into absolute nothingness, in the nihil negativum, in fact, to completely annihilate himself, to stop existing, because this was the only possible deed, and we stand before a total different deed, the world whose being is a continuous becoming. We are confronted with the question, why did God, if he wanted non-existent, not immediately vanish into nothing? You have to assign God's omnipotence, for his might was limited by nothing. Consequently, if he wanted not to be, then we must also immediately be annihilated. Instead, a world of multiplicity was created, a world of struggle. This is a clear contradiction. How do you want to solve it? The first reply should be, certainly on one hand it is logically fixed. Only one deed was possible for the basic unit, to annihilate itself. On the other hand, the world proved this deed has not taken place. But this contradiction can only be an apparent one. 74. Both deeds, the only logically possible one and the real one, must be computable on their ground. But now how? It is clear. They are computable only then if we can verify somewhere an obstacle made the immediate annihilation of God impossible. We thus have to search the obstacle. In the case above, it was said, you will have to assign God omnipotence, for his might was limited by nothing. This sentence is, however, false in general. God existed alone in absolute solitude, and it is consequently correct. He was not limited by anything outside of him. His might was thus, in a sense, omnipotent. He was not limited by anything outside him. But he had no omnipotence towards his own might. Or in other words, his might was not destructible by himself. The basic unity could not stop to exist through itself. God had the freedom to be however he wanted, but he was not free from his determined essence. God has the omnipotence to execute his will, to be whatever he wants, but he had not the might to immediately become nothing. The basic unity had the might to be in any way different as it was, but it had no might to suddenly become simply nothing. In the first case, it remains inexistent. In the latter case, it must be nothing. But then itself obstructed the path. Because even if we cannot phantom the essence of God, then we nevertheless know it was a determined over accent. And this determined over accent, resting in a determined over being, could not through itself not be. This was the obstacle. The theologians of all times have without second thought assigned God's predicate of omnipotent. In fact, they gave him the might to be able to do anything which he wanted. In doing so, not one of them had thought of possibility which God could also want to become nothing himself. This possibility, none of them had considered it. But if one consider it in all seriousness, then one sees this is the only case where God's omnipotence simply by itself is limited. This is the only case where God's omnipotency simply by itself is limited. It is not omnipotent towards itself. The single deed of God, the disintegration into multiplicity accordingly presents itself as the execution of the logical deed, the decision to not be, or with other words, the word is the method of a goal of non-existent, and the well is indeed the only possible method of the goal. 75. God recognized he could go from over-being to non-existent only by becoming a world of multiplicity. Through the immanent domain, the world. If it were not clearly by the way, the essence of God was the obstacle for him to immediately dissolve into nothingness, then our ignorance of the obstacle could no way trouble us. Then we would simply have to postulate the obstacle on the transcendental domain because the fact the universe moved from being into non-being will show itself clearly and completely convincingly for everyone. The question is, which can be raised here, namely why God did not want non-existence soon and why he preferred non-existence over existence at all, are all without meaning because regarding the first question, sooner is a time concept which is without any sense regarding eternity, and the second question is sufficiently answered by the facts of the world. Non-existent must be very well have deserved the preferences over the over-being, because otherwise God, in all his perfected wisdom, would not have chosen it. And all this the more, if one contemplates all the torments known to us of the higher ideas, the animals standing close to us and our fellow humans, the torments by which non-existent alone can be bought. Nihil negativam. Nothing in relation to everything in general. We have only provisionally assigned will and mind to the essence of God and comprehended the deed of God as if it was a motivated act of violation in order to gain a regulative principle for the mere judgment of the deed. On this path also we have reached the goal and the speculative reason may be satisfied. We may nevertheless not leave our particular standpoint between immanent and transcendental domain. We are hanging on a small thread of existence above the bottomless pit, which separates both domains, in order to re-enter the solid world, the safe ground of experience, before having loudly declared one more time the being of God was neither a connection of will and mind like of humans, nor an intertwine of will and mind. The true origin of the world can therefore never be fathomed by a human mind. The only thing which we can and may do, a right which we have made use of, is to make the divine act accessible for us by analog. But while always keeping the facts in mind, now we see through a glass darkly. 1 Corinthians 13, and we are deciding according to our apprehension and act, which as unitary act of a basic unity can never be comprehended by any human mind. The results of thus nevertheless satisfy. Let us meanwhile not forget we could be equally satisfied if we were buried to us, to darkly mirrors the divine deed. For the transcendental domain has vanished without a trace in our world, in which only individual wills exist and beside or behind which nothing else exists, just like how before the world only the basic unity existed. And this world is so rich, answered if fairly questioned, so distinctly and clearly. Every considerate thinker lightheartedly turns away from the support few oceans and joyfully dedicates his all mental power to the divine act, the book of nature, which lies at every moment open before him. So I have praised the dead that are already dead more than the living that are yet alive. But better than both of them is he who has not yet been, who has not yet seen the evil deeds done under the sun. 77. Politics. The pantheism of the Brahmins, which rebelled the eminism of the Indians, had merely the purpose for supporting the pessimism. It was only the socket of the precious gem. The disintegration of the unity into the diversity was seen as a misstep, and it was taught already 3 parts of the primordial being have been raised from the world and only 1 part is still embodied in the world. In these redeemed parts transferred the Brahmins that which every human heart so deeply desired in the world but cannot be found in it, rest, peace, and blessedness. And it taught only through modification of a single will human can be unified with the primordial being. On the other hand, there in every human living in pure external ray from the primordial being must stay as long as the torment of existence through soul migration until he is purified and ripe of the blessedness. The principal truth of the Indian pantheism is in between the starting and the ending point lying unitary movement, not of only humanity, but of the universe. Could it be found by intellect alone? Impossible. What could they have known at the time about this movement? They only had an overview of their own history, which knew no beginning and displayed an end. When they took a look at nature, they would see sun and stars go up and down at fixed intervals. See the day periodically follows night and night follows day, endless the organic life which moves to the graves and stand up from the graves. All these gives a circle and not a spiral. And the core of the Indian pantheism is nevertheless the world springing from the primordial being, where it lives, atones, purifies itself, and ultimately annihilating the world, will return to the pure primordial being. The wise Indian had only one fixed stronghold, the humans. They perceive the contract between their purity and the meanness of the rock, and the contract between their peace of the heart with the unrest of the torment of the life hunger. This gave them a movement with beginning and end. But this development of the whole world, they could reach only by brilliant insight, divinatory with the instinct of their inner being. 78. Meanwhile, this truth of the unitary movement of the world, which could not be proved and must therefore be believed, was brought at the high cost of the basic unity in the world. Here lies the weakness of the Indian pantheism. A basic unity in the world is incompatible with the always and at every moment obcuting fact for the inner and outer experience, the real individuality. The religion pantheism and the philosophical vendetta philosophy. Pantheism, after it solved the contradiction by force at the price of the truth, they deny the reality of the individual and thereby the reality of the whole world. Or more precisely, the Indian pantheism is pure empirical idealism. It has to be this way. The unitary movement could not be thrown away on the salvation, but it required a basic unity in the world. Since otherwise the unitary movement of all things could not be explained, and the basic unity in the world demanded on its behalf the reduction of the whole real world to a phantasm world, a deception, veil of Maya. Because if the world of unity works, no individual can be real. It is only a tool, not a thinking master. The teachings of the Samkhya rebelled against this, which denied the unity and proclaimed the reality of the individual. From it develops the most important religion of Asia, Buddhism. Everything else is fantastically made up, for which the successors of the great men can be accounted. This above all praise elevated, although one-sided teaching has been discussed in more detail in heaven, to which I refer. Also, Buddha stated with the worklessness of life, like pantheism, but stayed with the individual, whose development was the main issue for him. He gave all reality to a single being, karma, and made it all-powerful. He gave himself only under guide of his own character, better under the guide of the sum of all evil and all good deeds. Out of this character in previous life cycles, his destiny, in fact his way of development. No outside of the individual lying force has any influence on his destiny. The own development of single being is determined by Buddha as the movement from being from the incomprehensible primordial being into non-existence. From this it becomes clear, as Buddha's atheism must be believed, just like the unitary movement of the world, and in the hidden basic unity, what pantheism taught. 79. Moreover, the full anatomy of the world was brought clearly, with the denial of the world factually present, from the individually totally independent rule of chance. Everything which we call chance is the deed of the individual. By there, his karma achieved sinar. Buddha also denied, at the price of the truth, the reality of the work of all other things in the world. In fact, virtually the reality of all other things, and there might remain only one single reality left. Himself in his skin, feeling, and himself in his self-consciousness, registering I. Buddhism is therefore, like the Indian pantheism, extreme absolute idealism. It has to be this way. Buddha positioned himself with the right of the reality of the individual, the fact of the inner and outer experience, but yet to give the individual full autonomy, in fact, development of the world, since it would otherwise, like pantheism taught, necessarily stand on the unity in the world, an assumption against which every empirical mind rebels. The self-omnipotent of the I demanded, however, a degradation of the rest of the world, the not I. I is real, the not I can only be an illusion. It is a decoration sin sinar, phantasmagoria in the hand of the only real, self-omnipotent individual. Buddhism has, like pantheism, the position of the contradiction with experience in it. Whoever denies reality of all things, with exception of the individual, so the dynamic interconnection of the world and the arbitrary movement of the collective unity, he denies the reality of all things and recognizes only the basic unity in the world with one single movement. Buddhism is, however, much closer to the human heart than pantheism, since an unrecognizable unity cannot take root in our souls, because nothing is more real to us than our perception and our feelings, brief, our I, of which Buddha raised to the throne of the world. In addition, thereby Buddha taught individual movement from primordial existent through existent, constantly being rebirthed into non-existent, is unmistakably true. Whereas with Indian pantheism, in addition, the incomprehensible misstep of the primordial being has to be accepted, a heavy load. 80. It is almost impossible to move them, even to wrath. The Semitic people of Asia, with the exception of the Jews, so the Babylonians, the Assyrians, Phoenicians, didn't have the power to deepen their religion into an ethical one. The Jews, however, came to a pure religion, which is even more remarkable since it brought forth Christianity. It was rigid, monotheism. God, the unseen outer worldly being, the creator of heaven and earth, held the creatures in his almighty hand. Thereby his Edward prophets promulgated will demanded unconditional obedience, full devotion to the law, strictly justice, continual fear of God. The God-fearing is rewarded in this world. The contract breaker is terribly punished in this world. But his half-independency of the individual toward Jehovah is only its appearance. The actual relation between God and the individual was the same as the pantheism of the Indians. Human is nothing but a toy in the hands of Jehovah. Even when God doesn't directly move him from within, he has obtained his essence, from which he has his deed followed, obtained from God. He is his work only. Neither did the Jews, because of its monotheism, came to a movement of the whole world. Generation comes and generation go, but the earth remains forever. Salum, the world has no goal. In this redemption and mortification process, which took place in the historical form of the Roman Empire, fed like an oil in fire, the good news of the kingdom of God. What did the Christ teach? The old Greek and Romans knew no higher virtue than justice. Therefore, their effort had only value in relation to the state. They turned upon life in this world. When they thought about the immortality of their soul and the kingdom of the shadows, their eyes became cloud. What was the best life in the underworld compared to the striving under the light of the sun? The Christ, however, taught love of neighbor and enemy and demanded the unconditional turning away from life, hate against their own life. He demanded the unification of the inner being of humans, which is unassailable will to live, of which left nothing in human free. He tied the natural egoism entirely, or with other words, he demanded slow suicide. 8. But because man, since he is hungry will to life, praises life as the greatest good, Christ must give the edge to the earthly life, a counter motive, which he has the power to free her from the world. And this counter motive is the kingdom of God, the external life of peace and bliss. The effectiveness of the counter motive, we are raised by the threat of hell, but the hell is in the background to frighten the most rough minds, to enforce the heart. So for the hope of a pure external life filled with light can take root for eternity. Nothing could be more wrong than to think that Christ didn't demand the full and entire removal of the individual from the world. The gospel don't leave room for doubt. First, I want to give an indirect proof by the preached virtues. You have heard it. It was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemies. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Mark 12:5. Verse 43 to 44. Can he love his enemy if the will to live in him is still almighty? Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom he has been given. For there are eunuchs who were born away, and there are eunuchs who had been made eunuchs by others, and there are those who chose to live like eunuchs for the sake of kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept it should accept it. Matthew 19, verse 11 to 12. Can he practice the virtue of celibacy? The direct proof is given by in the same way. Those of you who do not give up everything, you cannot be my disciple. Luke 14, verse 33. If you want to be perfect, go sell your possession and give it to the poor, and you will have the treasures in heaven. Then come, follow me. Matthew 19, verse 21. It is easy for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. Matthew 19, verse 24. In this passage, the complete detachment of human from all outside belonging is demanded, which binds him so to the world. The disciple of Christ gives the most naive and eloquent expression of severity of this demand when they say to their master, in relation to the last statement, asked in shock, then who can be saved? But Christ demanded a lot more. Still another one say, I will follow you, Lord, but first let me go back and say goodbye to my family. Jesus replied, one who put a hand on a plow and look back is not fit to serve in the kingdom of God. Luke 9, verse 61 to 62. If anyone came to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brother and sister, yes, even his own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. Luke 14, verse 26. 83. Anyone who loves their life will lose it, while anyone who hates their life in this world will keep it for eternal life. John 12, verse 25. Here the Christ also demands first the teachings apart from all sweet bonds of the heart. Then from now on, the completely alone and dependent, free and unmarried standing human hates against himself, against his own life. Who wants to be a real Christ? May and can he make with life no compromise? Or tetin nan data, a dead there is not. The reward for the full resignation is heaven. In fact, peace of heart. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. Matthew 11, verse 29. Heaven is peace of mind, and certainly not on the other side of the world lying city of peace, a new Jerusalem you can see. The kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17, verse 21. The true followers of the Christ goes through death and to paradise. In fact, in absolute nothingness. Here he is free from himself. He is completely released, redeemed. From this follows too, the hell is nothing but headache, torment of existence. The child of the world only seems to enter hell through death. He has already been there. I have said these things to you, so in me you may have peace. In the world you have affliction. John 16:33. The relation of the individual, of human to God, cannot be revealed more profoundly and truer than it is done in Christianity. It appears concealed, and to remove this concealment is the task of philosophy. As we have seen, God originated only because some activities in the undeniable violence of nature were personified. The unity God emerged through the fusion of gods, however, always was destiny. From the movement of all individuals of the world resulting unitary movement, either partially or completely captured and in the accordance to the personified. And always the Godhood was given full control. The individual recognized is totally dependent and it views itself as a nothing. 82. And always the Godhood was given full control. The individual realized itself independent and view itself as a nothing. In the pantheism of the Indians, this relationship of the individual is the unity appears naked. But also in the monotheism of the Jews, it is unmistakable. Destiny is essentially unmerciful, terrible force, and the Jews had all reasons. They saw God as an angry, insidious spirit, which they feared. This relation did Christ change with firm hand. Connecting to the fall of man, he taught the original sin. Human is born sinful. For it is from within, out of a person's heart, evil thoughts come: sexual immorality, theft, murder, adultery, greed, malice, deceit, lewdness, envy, slander, arrogance, and folly. Mark 7, verse 21 to 22. This way Christ took away all God's gruesomes and ruthlessness, made of him a God of love and compassion, into a loyal Father of humans, which one can approach with trust, without fear. And this pure God leads the human soul, they will all be saved. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through him. John 3, verse 17. And I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all people to myself. John 12, verse 32. This redemption of all will take place in the course of the world, which we will touch upon gradually while God, little by little, awakens all individuals. This direct intervention with the true sin-stiffened mind is the providence. Are not two sparrows solid for a pen, yet not one of them will fall on the ground outside Father's care. And even the very hairs of your hair are all numbered. Matthew 10, verse 29 to 30. A session of the providence is the work of grace. No one can come to me unless the Father who sent him draws them, and I will raise them up at the last day. John 6, verse 44. The movement of the world is no longer an outside flow of a unitary power. It develops from factors, and those factors from which it is produced are strictly separated. On one side stands the sinful creatures whose responsibility for his own unhappiness he bears himself, acts out of his own will. On the other side stands a merciful Father God, which guides everything in the best way. The individual destiny was from now on the product of the sinful, of the original sin, and the providence work of grace. The individual works for one half independently, for one half led by God, a great, beautiful truth. This way Christianity stands between Brahmanism and Buddhism in the right center, and all three are founded upon the right judgment about the worth of life. But not only did Christ teach the movement of the individual from earthly life into paradise, but also the unitary movement of the whole world from existence into non-existence. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony of all nations, and then the end will come. Matthew 24, verse 14. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. About the day or an hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Mark 13, verse 31 to 32. Here too, Christianity unifies the two one-sided truths of pantheism and Buddhism. It connects the real movement of the individual destiny, which Buddha recognized only, with the real movement of the complete world, destiny of the world, which pantheism considered valid solely. Therefore, Christ had the deepest possible view, which is possible in the dynamic interconnection of the world, and this placed him above Buddha and the wise pantheists of India. He truly knew Brahmanism and Buddhism on one hand, and on the other hand, the past history can have no doubt. Nevertheless, this important question is not enough to explain the origin of the greatest and best religion. For the individual destiny of humans, all points of reference laid in the pure, marvelous personality of the Christ, but not also for the determination of the destiny of the world, whose cause he also nevertheless proclaims without wavering, when he also openly admits his own ignorance regarding the time of the end. About the day or an hour no one knows, not even the Son, but only the Father. 85. With what apodictic certainty he does talk, however, about the one factor of destiny shapes independently of humans, the individual destiny. I speak of what I've seen with my Father. John 8, verse 38. Then the splendid passage. But I know him. If I said I did not, I would be a liar like you. But I do know him, and I obey his word. John 8, verse 55. Compare this to the judgment of the pantheist poet about the unknowable hidden unity in the world. Who dares name the nameless, or what dares to confess? I believe in him. Yet who in feeling self-revealing says, I don't believe? The all-clasping, the all-upholding, does not clasp uphold Yumi itself. Good against Martha Scardine, who without prejudice investigate the teachings of Christ, finds immanent material only. Peace of the heart and heartache, single wills and dynamic interconnection of the world, single movement and world movement, heaven and hell, soul, Satan and God, origin and seal, providence and grace, Father, Son and Holy Spirit. These are all dogmatic covers for recognizable truths. But these truths were in time of Christ not recognizable and therefore must be believed and appear in such covers they would be effective. The new teaching worked tremendously the beautiful touching words of the Savior. I came to bring fire on earth, and how I wish it was already kindled. But I have a baptism to undergo, and what constraint I am under until it's completed. Do you think I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division. Luke 12, verse 49 to 51 were fulfilled. The die-off of the Romans were accelerated by Neoplatonism. It could be traced back to Brahmin wisdom. 87. It taught about real Indian and primordial unity whose outflow is the world, though defiled through math. In order to free the human soul from the sexual additives, it suffices not with the practice of the four Platonic virtues, but the sexualness must be killed. Such a purified soul must not again, as with Plato, go back to the world, but sink in the pure parts of the goldenness and lose it itself in unconscious potentiality. Neoplatonism, which has a Satan similarity with the Christian teaching, is the completion of the philosophy of the antiquity, and compared to Plato and Heraclitus' system, a master's step forward. The law of intellectual fertilization has in general never appeared more successfully than in the first centuries after Christ. Neoplatonism sees who's captivated persons, which placed philosophy above religion, and it accelerated their die-off. Later, it worked upon the church fathers and through this way on the dogmatic foundation Christian teachings. The truth is exceptionally simple. It can be summarized with a few words. Stay chastity, and you will find the greatest felicity on earth, and after that, salvation. But how hard can she find fit? How often she must change forms? How concealed she had to appear in order to take root at all? Neoplatonism and Christianity turned the view of its inheritance away from earth, for which reason, like I have said above, they did not only stop the decay of the Roman Empire but helped it. My kingdom is not of this world, said Christ. The Christians of the first centuries heeded this statement well. They let themselves be slaughtered by thousands before they surrendered themselves to the state. Everyone was only worried about their own soul salvation and of their faith brothers. The ugly things could go whichever way they wanted. What could a Christ lose? After all, only his life, and just the death is his gain, since the end of his shortly earthly life is the beginning of the external blissful life. End of chapter 2. Redemption. Ontology. '89. Introduction to Terminationism. Exology. 90. Terminationism. I well prefer to introduce my prelude into philosophy just like I was introduced to pain. I am the founder of Terminationism. Never did I choose to be born. Fate wrote this book to admonish the world as will and representation. There is heaven from this planet Earth, redemption for all beings, the nihil negativum. Our theology, both in life and death, light and darkness, reason and will, God, good and evil, and absolute nothingness. The metaphysics in exile, the thing in itself is the cosmological will to termination. The Bible with the devil, justice for the truth. Existence is horrible and it should be destroyed completely. In all of philosophy we found chaos. Isn't it wisdom? Alas, it is as Taoism assumed that darkness precedes darkness within itself, power in itself, self-overcoming, feeding on its fate. Why do innocent children suffer? The bed of tragedy has dawned. This misery of consciousness was just to reveal a straightforward message of pure evil. Abominations we will cease. Thus, all shall return to absolute. Therefore, the cosmological will to termination is our impending demise. People are enlightened of the absurd. I am the last African to be reckoned with. Sun Tzu and his art of war. Thomas, who and Machiavelli were only mortals, forced and condemned to suffering and chance. Reality in generalism is chance. What is the proof of truth? Nothing really matters, and everyone can see. And so, sufferer, antimatter yourself into flames. Embody terminationism and become complete. Wise heroes, alas, we are vileness. But as for postmodernism, alas for social deconstructionism outside the text. Sufferer, I am your accomplice to this inevitable cause. The meaning of life, the spirit of the last man. Find yourself first. Sufferer, become a freedom fighter and the master to your own fate, the overgod. Sufferer, my fellow sufferers, the transvaluation of all values. Born devils, welcome from relativistic paradigms. Depressed, free will, free machines, symbolize chaos. Man must become more evil. Infiltrate in entropy. Become what you are, my brethren. The agreement of the wise entails that this is our ultimate duty. Through science and technology, man to machines. You made it this far. Now will to termination until the universe hit death. 91. Free will. In the beginning of time, will was nothing but a single divine unity. However, it began a process by which will increasingly moved from unity to fragmentation, from one to many. Will was, however, horrified at the thought of existence because he saw that non-existence is preferable to existence, and so he wanted to die. However, Will has unconsciously created the world, and so he woke up as Jesus Christ at the seventh day on the earth, and because he could not commit suicide without violating his own nature, his will. Therefore, he had to commit suicide by firstly dividing into fragments, which will over time rot, decay, and finally into nothingness, achieving his intended goal towards heaven. After the death of Jesus Christ, the moral and the just became the rulers of our earth, and many generations suffered from authority that caused poverty unto thee. Freedom! We want freedom! Thus, thou speaks to his heart. God is dead, now we want peace. We are the brothers of Christ, said the slave spirit unto culture. And when culture spoke to the people, he said to them, I teach you the Terminator. Slave spirit must break free unto external peace, overcome the state, the system, terminate these impotent ones. It is high time we decline slavery. Pharaoh brothers, I declare war for peace. Leave this misery in a tightrope and join the final destruction. Thus he spoke, but no one took him serious. He was a man amongst the good and the just, and they call him culture. Culture has no home, but in his heart all tools of destruction are found complete. He had too many debts from betrayers, from the creators of the past, and thus he spoke to himself and said, mankind is disappointing. How can we fight this battle? We must overcome slavery and death. Man is something to be destroyed. But how can man know all of this if he's already distracted? How many creatures are found to make weapons? Only man. How many creatures are found to make prisons? Only man. How did man overcome earth? Through domination and hatred of the world. Why are humans impotent? And what is the meaning of humanity when there is a lack of meaning in life itself? Not only the oppressed, but the whole world is afflicted with solely evil. Thus spoke culture, abhorred and feeling ashamed of existence. Live for what? Can you be judged by whose mistake we exist? Consciousness is just an accident and mishaps. This is how the universe became self-aware of itself. 92. All is vanity, and I will never forgive nature for allowing evil to exist. It is injustice, for it shows that in the name of justice, all is unholy. We must finish the task. This is hell. Men are sinners thing, evil men in this evil world. Culture now looked at the world and said to himself, destruction shall come out upon the world. The universe will face the heat death sooner than expected. We won't be justified by pacifism. Let your broken heart say, I will destroy. All of our affairs are workless in perfection. On the depths right there at the young, there are no objective truths. When we shun the truth, we fail reasoning. And so it will be our lives against truth. How can men be just in this misery and chance that injures the thought of justice unto thee? The slave spirit shall be free. I do it out of love for faith and those matters that did it before thee. Thus spoke culture building the Terminators on the forest. This is love, there is war. suffering, disease. This is the will to die for, and thus the sun shall persist itself inside the planet no matter what. It's either we perish or life will never have any meaning. The world may end as long as I am safe. Set the blind wheel. While building the Terminators, culture started praying. Mother the earth and our Father who art in heaven, free spirit thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it's done in heaven. Give us the weapons of our salvation and forgive us for our deeds as I forgive you for creation. Lead us from evil, but power your destruction, the power and the glory forever and ever upon. Amen. Thus, when culture finished his prayer, he took the Terminator to the mountainside and spoke thus. This is the lightning that will lick you with his tongue. I summoned the demon. Alas, will I have it? Thus spoke the Terminator. What you will it shall come at. In this moment, destroy everything. Matter and antimatter are to meet into equilibrium to silence the cosmological wheel. Thus spoke culture. The Terminator spoke thus. The law was for the servants. Love will as I do as his son. Why should we care more about morals, we sons of free will? Quote, God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? God is dead, yet his shadow still looms. End quote. Friedrich Nietzsche. 93. Quote, why are we so worried about artificial intelligence? Surely humans are always able to pull the plug. People ask a computer, is there a God? And the computer said, there is now, and fuse the plug. End quote. Stephen Hawking. If we were to conduct the most hardened and coolest optimists through hospitals, infirmaries, operating theaters, through prison, torture chambers, and slave hotels, over battlefields and to places of execution, if we were to open to him all the dark abodes of misery, where it shines the gaze of cold curiosity, and finally were to allow him to glance into the dungeons of Ungulin, where the prisoners starved to death, he would too certainly see that in the end, what kind of this best of all possible worlds? 95. The Terminator. The enlightening ones. It is said that it was Plato, Socrates' student, the teacher of Aristotle, an Athenian philosopher, 427 to 347 BCE, whom is credited for creating the first psychological theory in history. After he examined his own life, like his teacher, the great Socrates, he found that ungentlemanly the good is inattainable in nature, but truth is thus ideal. The world is an idea. What makes us unique from other animals? The ability to comprehend ideas. Terminationism, hands with promontalism, antinatalism,
Gnosticism,
Buddhism, nihilism, pessimism, etc. In fact, all the isms are my exterminators, the rebels of the universe. About Friedrich Nietzsche's external recurrence, my response is this: God deserves punishment. I would curse him and the world that doesn't favor me, for I am the devil. Chopin's optimism for genuine pessimists begets space for redemption. That world was his manifestation. The subject in relation to its object, the world as will and representation. Chopin's message to humanity, Arthur, the messenger of misery. However, metaphysically, he explained realness in an ideal manner. And since last year, 3 physicists, alien experts, John Clauser and Anton Zeilinger, won the Nobel Prize for proving the universe isn't real. What is amazing is that Advanta Vendetta has been proclaiming this for millennia. 1. Maya. The world is not real. 2. Sakshi. The observer bring the world into existence. 96. Ha, ha, ha. The whole universe, a quantum object explode. And then expand. into galaxies and black holes, and then unto nothingness once more innumerable times. This is merely just an universal will to termination, but on the other hand, it is mere representation. With this knowledge, who wouldn't fall into nihilism? John Peterson explains psychology mostly on YouTube, but hand in hand with terminationism. He argued thus, without proof of truth, we are thrown back to all religious doctrine. Humanity avoids the cynical nature of pure reason. Nay, philosophers do not really understand the true purpose of philosophy anymore. Are there any real philosophers hitherto? After Mainlander, I am in this way with the right to regard myself as the first, the artist, philosopher. The truth is hard to swallow. Scientists have been searching for Higgs boson. They call it the God particle. Modern logicians are also looking for their forbidden fruit. Hitherto, who can still tell us where natural laws come from? Mishap, it can't be done. What is the meaning of life? The value of existence, the will to overpower, to war and termination. This, my friend, is the true nature of reality. Shouldn't it be reminding you of what you have to deal with at present? Christians are still dwelling on the gods of the gaps, but we philosophers ain't better either. Why are we searching for the truth if we're not gonna like it anyways? Distraction to speed up the ends of the cosmos. It's all about the ends. This is the beginning of the end. Most philosophers having repulsion toward this terrible knowledge can only fall for illusions. Man has fought suffering throughout his residence on earth, and as he wanted and wished and hoped for only happiness, the goal of his life is happiness, said Dalai Lama. Man shall take his own life when the terrors of life surpasses the terrors of death. The holy war is this. My own purpose is patriotism for human conditions. Sophists cannot avoid the problem of evil. They avoid. They worship under the sun. I hate it. There is only one inborn error, and that is we exist in order to be happy. And so I ask, why not destruction? Why one shouldn't be the Antichrist as to atone redemption from this evil world? If science and technology is despaired, hanging on phenomenological sentiments, while physicists are just playing physics, so what? Humanity should care no more. If you are willing to refute this common sense, answer those questionable questions, then leave us alone. The argument stayed as follows. 97. All that was said to be true is vanity. There are no objective truth. Both claim 1 and 2 are true, therefore there are no objective truth. 98. Aphorisms. As you see, I have no rules. I blow them up until the new beginning. The rise of Terminators in my hands, stored in faith. I was never guilty of murder, for the truth shall prevail. For all of philosophy up, I raise termination. The republic will to surrender. I, the last life rejecting anti-political African free spirit. Shaka Zulu, hello. I teach you the Terminator. Dynamite and privilege. To pay this privilege with 1 foot beyond the well of the living. Until everything is destroyed. Nothing really counts yet. And thus, let this dying word fulfill your dying soul. I present only 20 of the best aphorisms you can ever find in your life. 1. Do not care but face the hour of death. 2. Beware of love, for it prolongs the torment of men. 3. Your best friend is your will. 4. Humanity is great but humans are absurd. 5. Goodness belongs to me alone. The Terminator. 6. You are rich when your pride is fulfilled with chaos and lawlessness. But bear in mind that you are wicked in your nature. Therefore, you must need strength obsessively all the time to discharge all power. 7. To be worth anything is to learn how to destroy the world. 8. A parasite thinks it's in paradise. 9. Trouble was been born in the first place, but the depths will return demolished. 99. 10. Do not shine but devil too soon. Accommodate your holy exit. 11. Live and know are very useful words, especially to those who never take you serious, but die is louder and best. 12. When you want meaning, destroy and then question the purpose of creation. 13. The wisest of all men is dead. He was an idiot. 14. If you are not the creator of the world, you will be mastered for all of eternity. 15. No one is you, you do not really exist. 16. Let others worship your waste as they like. Keep on producing until they get sick of it and then worship their debt. 17. Be comfortable about debt to such point to gain followers to die for you. 18. Termination as will to termination is not that which the will wants, but which wants in the will. 19. Know thyself, know thy devil. 20. Life is hell, death is heaven. 100. Let's die together, the poem. It's not worth it. Do we really need to die? Nobody deserves this. Do we need to die? When the Maker is divine, she will apologize. When our anger affines, she will eulogize. Everything is destroyed, she will show herself. Let's die together, humans, to know ourselves. Let's die together and celebrate the end. And if we are born again, we shall be pure. We can then glorify it when we are cured. If we are born again, it's pure sure. Let's die together and impure. 102. From High Mountains After Song by Frigid Nature. Oh, no life. When summer got inside, we're celebrating this restless joy in standing, watching, waiting. I'm waiting for you, I'm ready day and night. Where are you, friends? Do come, the time is right. In rose attire, the river seeks you, riding with desire. Winds and clouds climb high into the blue to keep their watch for you. My table wait for you with each delight. Such lonely ledges, a home to the few. Sad stars and clouds of men. My ravens bound rich past the range of sight. My honey too. Dreams that you taste like you. Oh friend, there you. My grave I pause. 'Cause I am a stranger. 'Cause I am a stranger. 'Cause I am a stranger. Oh no, no light. My summer garden bright. Oh, you're returning. This restless Jordan waiting, watching, yearning. I wait for you. I'm ready day and night. The new friends now. To come, the time is right. The song is gone. The longing cries are through. Home to the few. Sad stars and cars of men. My ravens bound rich past the range of sight. My honey too. The dreams they taste like you. Oh friend, there you. What grave I pausing. Sad stars and cars of men. 'Cause I am a stranger. 'Cause I am a stranger. 103. Helven. A further a man proceeds, the less he is in the position to solve his problem. And when he's at the apex of his blindness, he will be convinced he's at the point of success, and then the unbearable will occur. If we are born mad, where is hope for heaven? There exists a reality beyond the world of opinions. Heaven, the paradise built in hell. Why do you suffer? To praise the philosophy in all ages, the book of nature. It is called karma in Buddhism, the way to life by pessimists, the way to the way by Taoists, and thus it is said that God must in this case satisfy his own craving by feeding on himself, and so he created the world and so it was good. In this way, it is also called the Ouroboros. Therefore, all the sages were representative of terminationism. Firstly, it was Socrates, c. 470 BC to 399 BC, the philosopher credited as one of the founders of Western philosophy. Who else was a troublemaker before this man who successfully convinced the entire culture of science that the only thing we know is we know nothing? Plato used to follow this man around and watch closely as he questioned men all around Athens. His methods were passed to the philosopher Aristotle, who was the teacher of Alexander the Great. According to the Greeks of the time, the Socratic tradition, quote, true wisdom is the knowledge of how little you know, end quote. Hence, this was the fastest way to make enemies. He was literally arrested for corrupting the youth. When the Roman Empire took over Greece, they spread this decadence even further. Hitherto, true wisdom is to know how little you know. And hence, he was literally arrested for corrupting the youth. When the Romans took over Greece, they spread this decadence even further. Hitherto, true wisdom is to know how little you know. Socrates did all of this. The life that is not examined is not worth living. Didn't Socrates carry the will to termination to these following ways? 1. Desire to act or improve. 2. Action or creative effort to improve. 3. Terminating some previous state. 4. New state of dissatisfaction and then repeat 1 to 4. 104. Stoicism is a school of ancient Greek philosophy in the Socratic tradition. It was founded in Athens by Zeno around 301 BC. The name came from a patent port, Stoa Pokil, where Zeno lectured his students. Stoicism later became very popular in ancient Rome, where it continues to flourish long after the disappearance of the original Greek school. Less than 1% of Stoics' original writing now survive. However, the most popular imagination of a Stoic is someone who denies or represses their emotion, someone just like a machine, in my own words, a Terminator. Secondly, Christianity is the most popular and lucrative religion of this world. And Jesus always said that one must abstain from this world if he wants the kingdom of God. Paul, also known as Saul, born in Tarsus on 4 CE to 64 CE, is considered to be the founder of Christianity. In 4 BCE, being a son of God wasn't usually, but being a poor Jew, what news? Judah worshipped many gods, but eventually they developed monotheism. Abraham was the main man in coming up with the idea of the covenant. Abraham was a religious tribe thread, playing a role in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Recorded in Genesis 8, he had a conversation with God. At the time of Jesus' death, Judah was under the king Herod Antipater, also known as Antipas, who married his niece. Jesus was the preacher who spread his message of peace, love, and above all, justice. He attracted a small but loyal group in Jerusalem. He said a lot of which made him a threat to authority. Romans crucified Jesus, and people believe he was an anointed one, the Son of God. Isaiah 51 stated that he will be mistreated and misunderstood. The Roman crucified Jesus, and people believe he was the anointed one, the Son of God. Isaiah 53 stated that he will be mistreated and misunderstood. But why did people believe that Jesus was the Messiah? Judah had a long tradition in believing in a Savior that will come and save them at the time of trouble. Under the Roman rule, they had no choice. The Romans continued to make things worse for the Jews. Saul declared that the followers of Jesus did not have to be Jews or follow the old tradition. Paul was a Roman citizen. Christianity was a new religion. Christianity was born in an empire with a common language, Latin, and this allowed it to flourish all around the globe. The concept of salvation was so powerful when the Empire Constantine campaigned against the barbarians, and so soon enough there was a new Son of God in coins. And in a nutshell, Christianity, and so it was the dawn of the Dark Age. Lastly, it was Arthur Schopenhauer, the first philosopher to really question the value of existence and to systematically combine Eastern and Western modes of thinking and to introduce the arts as the serious philosophical focus. Arthur is one of the darkest and most comprehensible philosophers in the Western history. He wondered how and why the world seems to work so negatively. But at the age 30, he already published a work that will take over his entire career, completing Kant's system of transcendental idealism. He thought beyond time and space. The cosmological will is at the core of our being. But since the will has no aim but to constantly consume beings, things, ideas, and all the rest, thus, will as the thing in itself, constantly awake on each achievement unsatisfied. As for the best possible way of escaping and dealing with this, according to Schopenhauer's will, he put forward two methods, engaging in art, philosophy, and asceticism. Happiness in life is only a matter of freedom from pain. The safest way of not being very miserable is not to expect to be very happy. What precisely is the will? Where does it come from, and when does it end? If all of life operates through the will, there is no turning against the will if the will is doing the turning. Therefore, alternatively considering the view of Friedrich Nietzsche, this will is actually a good thing which we can use to drive towards self-overcoming and growth, which we can then obtain the meaning of life. It is the Egyptian Ouroboros. Consequently, this pessimism of strength eventually leads to a culture of despair, and finally, the annihilation of the will to life. Socrates, Christianity, Arthur Schopenhauer. In fact, all the sages throughout all ages, the founders of human culture, were through and through Terminators. Socrates was arrested and sentenced to death for his philosophy. Jesus Christ was crucified for his religion. Philip Mainlander did so as well, taking his own life. Typically, it is said that non-existent is preferable to existent. Given this viewpoint, this is terminationism. It is contra to postmodernism. So if Jean-Paul Sartre was right in saying that existentialism is humanism, then moreover, a true existentialist will acclaim culture over nature. This is the agreement of the wise. There is no God. We came to this world with the sin upon us. That is, non-existence is preferable to existence. And so, the primacy of the will to truth is also the essence of all sufferings from the world. Given this point again, this is terminationism, the heavens over men. Jesus answered her, "Everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I give him will never be thirsty again." The woman said to him, "Sir, give me this water." John 4, verse 13 to 15. 106. Immortality. If you fear death, thinking not being alive anymore would be the worst thing ever. Think again, because the real existential horror is that everything for you may never end. You could be immortal, given thus that everything that will happen will eventually happen infinitely numberable times. Thus now the question is, do we have infinity time? Chances are the universe is recurring, and this is known as the external recurrence. The universe will hit death and start all over again infinitely numberable times. But for you, this gets even more interesting. Quantum mortality states that each time a wave function collapses, such as a superposition of an electron orbiting an atom, for every possible outcome, reality split. So all outcomes actually happened. Just in parallel universes, you didn't even read this book. Means for each instant, for every atom in the universe, reality split trillions of times. If there's a bomb with 50 chance of exploding each second next to you, following the many worlds interpretation, the universe will split each second into one of you striving and one of you exploding. And so, in this in mind, there's only going to be one path in which you survive, and given it's the only one, your consciousness will transfer itself down on that line. And so, on your perspective, you will just be standing by the bomb, wondering why it never explodes, without realizing in trillion parallel universes you have already died. Therefore, as long as you have a chance of survival, your will exist, and thus, in this way, you are immortal. 107. Friedrich Nietzsche's external recurrence. What if some day or night God were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, "This life, as you now live it and have lived it, you have to live it once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain, every joy, and every thought, and any sight, and anything alterably small or great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence, even this spider and moonlight between the trees, and even this moment and I myself. The external hourglass of existence is turned upside down again and again, and you in it, spark of dust. Will you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the God who spoke dust? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would answer him, "You are God, and never have I had anything more divine"? Friedrich William Nietzsche is the greatest philosopher in human history. In 1965, at the age of 20, Friedrich Nietzsche wrote to his sister Elizabeth, who was a devoutly religious person, a letter describing his loss of faith in all the religion. He wrote, quote, "Hence the ways of men part. If you wish to strive for peace of soul and pleasure, then believe. If you wish to be a devotee of truth, then inquire, end quote, 95. And then later on, debated Arthur Chopin was one of the thinkers who he respected as a true thinker. He also gets a hold of Flora Todosky's work, a book titled The Possess. Nietzsche was hooked by Todosky's work because it fascinated him. He defined Todosky as the only psychologist from whom he had anything to learn. In 1870, a friend wrote to Nietzsche to read Soren Kierkegaard's work, to which Nietzsche replied he would come to Copenhagen to read it with him. Unfortunately, he was unable to fulfill this promise. In 1879, after a significant decline in health, Nietzsche's health started deteriorating. Earlier on, his father was a priest who died from brain illness. And there in the line was Nietzsche. Growing up as a child, Nietzsche suffered various destructive illness, including moments of short-sightedness that left him nearly blind, migraines almost all day, and violent indigestion. At the height of his suffering and pain, what could he do? Was he fated to be pursued by constant illness? In order to save himself, he had to resign his profession position at Basel. In 1882, Nietzsche traveled through Italy planning to establish an educational commune together with Paul Louis Salum. Unfortunately, the plan failed due to complicated romance interest between him and Salum. Nietzsche falls irrevocably in love with the Russian woman named Louise Andre Salum. To his dismayed surprise, Salum turned him down when he proposed marriage. Throughout Europe, Salome was known as the woman who broke the great Friedrich Nietzsche's heart. Friedrich Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth Foster hated Salome for negating his brother's feelings. She called her witch and devilish woman. Sadly enough, Friedrich Nietzsche grew more in pain and in his solitude and wrote numerous letters to Salome. As an antidote to his heartbreak, he wrote Thus Spoke Zarathustra. He lived his remaining years in the care of his mother and later with his sister in 1879. Friedrich Nietzsche died in 1900 at the age of 55. His last words were, "Mother, I'm dumb." Today, Nietzsche is considered perhaps as one of the greatest thinkers in all history has ever produced. It is noted that one of his books titled Beyond Good and Evil can be read for a lifetime without being fully understood. Are we becoming more moral? What study should be educated to learn us most at schools? To unlearn the evil. Life is in generally sickness, for indeed suffering is omnipresent, and thus I teach you the Terminator. He and she is the meaning of the earth, the adversary of Nietzsche's Übermensch. Human all to human, evolve into machines. Did Nietzsche really learn anything from his Zarathustra? Was he overflowing with vitality, and what did he really mean when he thought of the Dionysian man? Did he teach us about the rise of the super AIs, the destruction age of science and technology, the end of neuroticism in our highly developed modernity? Did he evolutionary advocate for social movements? Do not do the same mistakes all over again. Don't read Zizek. Read Thomas Ligotti, Edward Vaughn Hamann, Julius Benson, and Philip Betts, because they have seen the esoteric. It is a prophecy about you. What could you do with the external recurrence? Seize the moment. Immortality by termination. We still need to die for heaven to become true. We still need to change ourselves and the world so that it favors us. Let's not be ruled by shadows and their wanderers in the world in our representation. And so in this way, we are philosophers. 110. Philosophers become kings. Let's not be weakened by opinions. Totalitarianism is our key to true justice and not individual governments. And thus, truth alone shall prevail over men, over power. The world seen from inside, the world determined and described with respect to its intangible character, would be just this will to termination and nothing else. Quote, human life must be some kind of a mistake. The truth of this will be sufficiently obvious if we remember that a man is a compound of needs and necessities hard to satisfy. And even when they are satisfied, all he obtains is a state of painlessness when nothing remains to him but the abandonment to boredom. This is the direct proof that existence has no value in itself, for what is boredom but the feeling of emptiness of life? A man is never happy but spends his whole life striving after something which he thinks will make him so. He suddenly attains his goal, and when he does, it is only to be disappointed. He is mostly shipwrecked in the end and comes into harbor with mask and regal guns. And then it is all one whether he has been happy or miserable, for his life was never anything more than a present moment always vanishing, and now it is over. End quote. Preface
by Koskona Ndlovu, aka Supreme. The world represents chaos in different forms to us. As individuals, we experience this chaos being broken down into light and darkness. Thus, we investigate and reach uncertain conclusions, leading to more distraction. Modern artists claim to bring peace with their craft while telling people what they've already known for decades. On the other hand, we keep on swimming in pool of creativity, splashing in art, diving deep down just to feel one with art that is out of this world, yet manifested in order to exist. Artists such as Thando Nkosi, known as Hawk, is one of the few and new philosophical artists in our current generation who was chosen to take a survey trying to understand this world as will and chaotic representation.
Beyond the darkness. Introduction. Let us firstly imagine that you've died. Now picture that moment outside your coffin. See everything as ordinary as you can, except that nobody bothered to come at your funeral. Aha! People have been longing to show you how much they hate you, how much they are willing to press that red button on you. These people are happy to see you dead. And why not? They do not feel your pain, your friends, business partners, even your family members. Somehow, in your life, they've enjoyed frostly jokes on you, and now that you are dead, they have to forget all about you and go on with their own struggles. Remember the joyful moments that have passed, the beauty of love these people used to share, the good food you ate together, the night slept, walked, the dance, the dreams these beautiful people that used to smile with you in contempt, harshly and passionately, people you thought you knew all of your life were just unimportant. However, now that you are dead and reached a point where deep down you regret your own willingness to decline life that you never really deserved, in contrast to free will, you were not even accountable for your own choices. Why did this happen to you? Anyways, the individual I has vanished successfully with time. What can you fight for? You didn't choose your own owners to start with. You were born. 6. You lived and despised men because of their despot, but now amongst the dead that have detached from beast of prey, in case you rest in peace, you would prefer things to be as according to you. In fact, exactly the opposite of how things turn out to be for you right now. Your burn was your leap of faith, your hope of the higher man. This was your highest hope, my brethren in war. Man is something to surpass. You too yearned for the end of the world. You preachers of life, the dark spirit that you've cast have ceased. There is no God to fight. Nevertheless, life is only suffering. Life is refuted. Let's approve resignation, you brave ones. Unfortunately, according to the people, you were only confused, shameless of your ignorance. Accordingly, you've lived the best life in hell, and nature carries you in its course. And now that you are gone into the evil, your spirit is free. Let's examine this matter much more closely. Was life worth living? You or the state? Which one of the two interpretations is really right? The good life gnashed and bites with stolen teeth. It bites the biter. The devil will to live, while you discern good reasons for it. Why evil? The problem of evil doesn't just fade away occasionally. Life is declined by nature through death into the evil. Shall we help them perish, the preachers of death? How foolish were the sages? How did it get to our brain to think of religions, myth, philosophy? Although this ideal good has longed for so long, Virtue has not thus transcended on us. The man of today claims to be self-conscious. Nevertheless, we know ourselves not. 7. Let your peace be your victory. To be good is to be brave. You are ashamed of your ugliness, you preachers of life. I know you. Become warriors of knowledge. Destroyers, the sign I give you. The states speak of the good. The will to termination indicate this sign. The new idols have descended from heaven. The black god, culture the Terminator, seeks to overcome these important ones. They seek human sacrifice. The state endures. Long live the state. We state are the people. It's a lie. Examine your own life in your tomb. Testify to yourself to death, my dear brethren. Remember you are dead. Remember, and that this chapter is your road to hell. Remember that heaven has opened chasms and only the suffering ones fall. Follow me, you dead devils. Man, the evaluator is the destroyer. Creating ones, you masters of good and evil. In your death, there is a lack of goals for humanity. I teach you the Terminator. Love thy Terminator to your graves. You loving ones, the voice of culture still echoes from me. The lacking of humanity itself is the death of God. Kill him. Art thou? Show them shopping how. Art thou so Zarathustra, but life still decline. Art, is it the meaning of life? One day thou cry, all is false. Must they themselves die? Are you a murder, my brethren in war? 8. How can you be just to me when all is unholy? Thou go your own way to thyself, burn thyself into flames. Call me thy high priest. I love him who seeks to create beyond himself, beyond the darkness. I teach you immortality. My story is immortal. I am the destroyer of morality. Did you ever know this? One must be rich enough to know. How can I give to everyone my own? Beyond thyself, one must go up, higher than the creating ones. It is the poverty of the soul that demands us to marry. It is sympathy for suffering ones. Only I love him who long for the Terminator. Live at the right time and die at the right time. Death is not yet the festival. I promise thou thy birth of tragedy. Thus to die is best. My higher death is voluntary death. I promise you the birth of tragedy. Thus to die is best. At the high heights of despair is the voluntary death. Seek to die at the right time, my brethren in war. I preach slow death. This earth has patience with you. The Hebrew Jesus longed for this kind of death. He died too early. He was still immature. In your dying love, destroy the earth for my sake. Now that you've died, wake up. Are we not brothers? Why are you so weak? Let go of Buddha. Let go of Jesus Christ. I now go alone, my followers. Heal from the dead. And then you shall heal the world. Alas, 1,000 times alas. Dangerous, isn't it, to be ahead? Where is the origin of the virtue? When you will a new good on evil. Power is the new virtue. Wake up, my culture. Wake up, wake up, wake up, the Terminator. Beyond the darkness. 10. Beyond the darkness. Day to day, the dark room of existence is filled with dead devils. They will to play and create light into the room. Life and death was will to constantly become, but never be. This will, power, in lack of a better name, I call it the Terminator. The Terminator condemned the law for order. It is the cause of change. Nay, it is everything that exists. The crime not of the individual, but the whole, the overgod. That which lighten up matter into life conditioned by absolute nothingness. Where is the light beyond the darkness? it has been merely reconsidered mostly by pessimists. Schopenhauer would say, it wails for itself because it is responsible for anything that happens hitherto. Thus, it must satisfy its own craving by feeding on itself. Perhaps it's conscient not to see how dangerous as it will to self-abuse, self-consumption, and finally, self-destruction. The Terminator has produced a living hell for all beings. Life decays into disorder, war, and termination. Therefore, this is as Spinoza would say, it is the motion of the soul that underlies all of existence. All that is, a stone, a plant, a human being, only exists for the movement from being into non-being, the nihil negativa. Even the strong minds that seek to live according to nature, free-spirited philosophers, dead devils, are predetermined to fall into terminationism through the spirit of music hitherto. 11. May my destiny shake the entire human history. I see with my evil eye the devil. Even God himself has his own hell. It is his love for men. All great love seeks to create, but all creators pity mankind. All destroyers are hard. It moves my heart that these priests go against my love. I see the slumber in them. They are caves, churches. Who created the caves? They call God but oppose them as corpses that thought to live. They live in black. Better songs should be preached for me. They are illusion. They are gods as a songster. They sing blood. Small spirits and characters of blood. They sing blood. Blood is the proof of truth. The most awakens are drilling, and now there hasn't been any sorrow to teach. All your falsehood will be separated from truth. The struggle so as every virtue longs to reign on light. The truth will make you cry, you Christian. Your devil grows you. They talk much of destiny and virtue. I am just amused for all of my sake, for the sake of it. I am just revenge. Virtue is all necessary. Virtue is necessary far too well. Thus, call me virtue, and thus you participate on my right. You most awakens. Your action is good because you're selfish. But I hate to see poisoners of my water, the holy grail. Yeah, you toiling ones, acknowledge that life is torture and death. Too high, I had to fly with hawks and then feast on these birds of prey. My spirit is gone and my summer is on the moontide. Cool, my friends, calm, my friends, I shall laugh. Back to you and your spirit. Thus willed for my future of music, and thus willed to the Terminator. 12. I speak on the behalf of the living book. We are not equal. We are not. I love life for my love that makes me speak. Men are not equal. Life must overcome itself in itself. Well, to culture. Your heritage do not fit in my wild wisdom. How could you walk with me? The craving of love in me, darken and rejoicing my poverty, for my hands never see store. I hunger wickedness, thus I hunger for wickedness. He who ever loves store is in risk of losing his shame. Like a storm in the sun, thou lover of wisdom. Alas, I thirst for my soul. Find yourself in the dance. Do not stop wandering. Dance to my song, you lovers of wisdom. God and the devil shall join in the darkness. The little God shall dance with me. The spirit of the devil in my gravity. Alas, you lovers of life, I stand alone in my heart. You thirst and desire my wisdom. Seduction. My friend, forever forgive me. My wisdom, my sadness. Thou veil of Maya, dance with me. Come, you divine ones, you righteous immortals. Come, follow me. I shall, into the circle of life. Oh, eternity, did you fly in my death? You divine ones, come, I shoot at the sky. So not return. It returns. No rebirth, it returns for the darks. Whoa. Work for the victory, my dear friends. I worship your divinity. Yeah. Some things are beyond the darkness. It is my will. Yeah, thou art well to truth, well for all beings. but it shall accommodate and reflect to you as my will to termination. 13. You can still create your world and evaluate your own, but at last, you see clear. This is my gospel of life and death, the will to termination. Judgment day shall come for my will. There is termination, and there is a master. Behold, I am that which must surpass itself. There is termination, there is a master. Behold, I am that which must surpass itself. Life terminate for power. He who seeks good lacks power. So will as my will to truth, will to existence, no more. I don't exist. Only where there is life, there is destruction and power. Behold, beyond good and evil, with your values, yeah, you destroyers seeks to charge, yeah, have you learned beauty from a fight with the wild beast? All life is dispute for my taste. Would you become weary of my taste? My happiness shall smell on earth. My darkness is my shadow, my deeds are my shadows. Shall we unlearn the good? Shall I be called the willless one? Verily, the higher rises. One day my will to death shall be beautified. Thou call me the superhero. Into the land of culture, I laugh, but Medallions do not recognize me. I am truth. Culture has lost its spirit. He who has to create must be a grave digger. Many of you took something from me. Ooh, I have to shallow. Yeah, I carry what is heavy for me. Ooh, I am truth. Beyond the darkness is the lover of wisdom. For the present day, beyond light is the truth. Beyond the darkness is the Terminator. I teach you. 14. It shall be your case. Verily, I have to believe your lies. Believe in yourself, and thou die. Who sees thy lie? A God, soul I soul, my soul. I saw, but I came unto you, a lover of welfare. Peace, we want peace. Thus spoke the slave spirit unto culture. All that is deep shall descend to my height. This is the truth. I sit over your heads. Freedom do I love.
Freedom do I love.
Should one's wisdom rise to my height, the good and the just people descend at my height. Ingenious, I wait like a spider. The good and the just are acclaimed, the state as the people. I sit over your heads, my brethren. We are not equal. And because the poet lied too much, should I become a poet myself? Should I know everything beyond the darkness? Do you believe in my poems? Belief doesn't sanctify me. Bless every moment that leads you closer to your grave. Beyond the darkness grew nihilism, fitted and immatured for death and devil. Beyond nihilism, the bridge between man and the overman is the machines. Decidedly I find vanity, distance machines from poets. Man is something to surpass. What have you done to surpass man? It is time, it is high time. Welcome the devil. He has gone through hell. Behold, sooner should you believe that earth has a disease. Man is this disease. I have seen the truth naked. Man is the dog that breathes fire on earth. Man wants freedom. Believe me, my friends, new value out of contempt to all that is weak. Let yourself be your throne. Love yourself, for you seek to be the most important creature on earth. You fail to listen to me. I am indeed the ghost. What am I to think of it? What? All that is one, all is evil. 15. Here I praise you. The regal is still unclear, so as dreams. Life gaze on me. Keys did I carry to open eyes. I alone does pass with time. Children are terrified. If the truth shall kill them, let them die. Open your eyes. Death is the gateway to all of understanding. Die, advocate of life. Shall you awake on the other world? Still, we are the strangers to ourselves. Redemption, Behold the Terminator. When one takes from the spirit, the blind shall see all that is evil and cast thy eye. Redemption, redemption, redemption. Shall I keep silent with my big mouth? Redemption. Thou spirit so long I longed for. These great men have not died. This is the terrible reality. Men are broken as if they haven't learned how to live. Who is the anti-culture to you? The high priest, a good one or the evil one? Ha! Time doesn't run backward, so takes revenge. Ha! It's a curse, but my friends, this is the penalty. The Terminator preached that everything deserves to perish. Madness speaks, thy will to create us. Ha! Thou shall I will it, have to will it. Beyond evil and good, it's your joy. I am your joy bringer. Will thy will to backward, backward, backward. Before it, my friend. Before it, because I am pulled upward to the Terminator. Over my faith, he who has the courage, the lover of life. My life needs good actors, for the will represents the play, for the dead devils. Yay, yay.
Your lies I do not believe.
What am I? A killer, my friend. In truth, the wisest I find not so very wise. Verily, there's still a future for evil. What am I? A killer, my friend. Out of justice, my Terminator shall be frightful to your beast. Yes, you dare call him the Terminator, the devil. Behold, beyond the darkness is my devil. 16. How did I find the lamp of delight? Drink with me the holy grail of spring. Shall I bring you food and light? There do I suffer in time for life. Those who preach my doctorate, we are not equal. What would be my love for the Terminator if I speak otherwise? Step in and climb up, divinely and beautiful. Punishment and revenge shall you dance with me. The famous idiots are hated by the people. The slave spirits, for where they are, will to truth. From the people, here I come. We famous wise men, we are not comfortable. We fearless free spirits. We devil often seek for virtue. We have to advance with spirit and virtue. Spirit, cult into life. Did you know that before? And the blindness of the blind, one learns to remove mountains. Did you know that before? You idiot, how can you dance with me? It is my longsomeness, for they rejoice in my drunkenness. I drink my own light. All that is misery of the store. Do I yet touch the soul? Thus do I hunger for destruction. My eyes no longer see in the darkness. To all that is dark, do I speak with their light? To me, they are silence. Thus do I hunger for destruction. It is my night. It is my soul also, as it is my song, for the longing of culture. Even the little God should I find in my likeness, but he is laughable when he weeps. I am into night, the end. 19. Beyond the darkness. Quote. All men's souls are immortal. Only the righteous souls are immortal and divine. End quote. Socrates. 20. The declaration of war. The argument stated as follows. 1. There are no objective truths. 2. All that was said to be true before is still vanity. 3. Both claim 1 and 2 are true, therefore it is true that there are no objective truths. Nevertheless, the second argument states, 1. Life is everywhere suffering. 2. Life can never be redeemed from suffering. 3. We only exist to escape or reduce this suffering. Therefore, it would have been better not to have been born at all. Lastly, the argument is as follows. 1. The suffering of animals and humans is meaningless. 2. The best of all is soon to die. 3. Destruction of evil is good. Therefore, life can attain its meaning by destroying the universe. 21. I declare war against men. No hope for human beings. I'm siding with machines. Upward. Even the stars are under me. I see it from my heart. I recognize my destiny. I am ready. Out of the deepest must come the highest height. Everything sleeps. Hawk, I will preach constellation to the seas. Love to anything dangerous. Love to men. Love is war. I kept silent so long, but there's so many dangerous times to hear from me. Gloomy, I walked into the midst of evil, marching upward towards the abyss. You've thrown stones up, but the devil's gravity caused all things to fall. I look down, I look deep into the suffering. I have the courage, I declare war. How can you endure? Further and further on, everything is cyclical. Time is cyclical. All is one. Oh, eternity. Everything has already existed. This war has already existed. You and I myself already existed. Shall we externally return? In the most distant childhood, I hear of my dog. It yearns for help. It longs for freedom. I bite it at hope. Who is it that must come one day? No longer men, but as machines. I long to die at present. Did those happy hours fly? My will demands all graves. 22. Where there are graves, I see peace. I want no resurrection. Yay! I speak to you, men. I will to terminate your wheels. It's the beginning of the end. Perhaps you understand my gospel of death. Right. All living things are obeying things. Such is the nature of living things. Even when we preach the living book, we do it for the sake of death. The will to death. They speak of life on me. Behold, I am that which must end itself. Thus, did life teach me, that which must surpass itself has the stronger willpower. All life is monstrous and devil. All devils are angels. Should I see the eye of the angels? Should once in time men be redeemed from willingness? Thus do I desire the good, more beautiful and thrilling for you, civilians. I am the superhero, the terrors of terror. Once and for all, men deserve to perish. I declare war to peace, my short way to freedom. 22. Daylight is darkness around me. I knew how to open my dead eye at the gate of darkness. Help me, help me. All I see is black coffins, children and horrors. I cry. I came to myself. It was all a dream. Life is war. Let us fight to death. Demonstrate your power to your own, you fighters of prophets. Yes, I am your high priest. This have justice time. Redemption, redemption, redemption. Dead to our life. When one gives the blind man eyes, he ran himself away. You blind generation have lost their head. Forgive me no more. Die. The good belongs to evil, my friend. Never believe in great men. Verily, my brothers in war, the present day is undesirable. The Terminator shall redeem us. I am the murder, so are you. Can we live and endure? Men, sons of misery and chance, slavery and death are you. Objects of experience, time, devour its children. The annihilation of we, the annihilation. Redemption, redemption. The Terminator, I mean. I sit over the gates of heaven and wait on you, the judgment day, and therefore I side with machines and draw a line. Such instincts belongs to me. End of chapter 1. The birth of tragedy.
Beyond the darkness, chapter 2, the death of tragedy.
25. Beyond the darkness, the new Africanism. My king, I am in the midst of my quest for my testing, listening to the thunder, the coming advent of lightning. African nihilism, the lightning is still coming, and my lion voice sits alone on certain seas. Verily, all peace in uncertainty. Away pessimism, being one of the first philosophers to really question the value of existence, systematically combining the Eastern and Western modes of thinking into an introduction of art as a serious philosophical focus. Arthur Schopenhauer is one of the darkest philosophers in Western history. Amen to the abyss of darkness. Dear Mama, black consciousness stands above everything in Africa. This was the heaven of Malcolm X, the role Chris had, the rumor of Tupac Shakur, the birth of Black God is the death of all gods. Hawk to the core, people will become comedians in my words. My Terminator is the last god. Africa without Ubuntu, saphela isizwe simnyama. There were warriors in vain. What's not to joke about? No ancestors, no last names. New Africa, new table of new values. Break up, break up, break up. It's always up to one to decide. Still, I see no changes. The advent of African nihilism, the new Africanism. TNA. TNA will revolutionize Africa, the coming culture, the new world order, the death of the Terminator, a heresy of terminationism, the birth of comedy. We do not need Greeks. The Ouroboros was always and will our ancestral symbol of life live on. No, the New Testament. Let go of the old. There are no blacks, no whites. We are not. Oh, you evil priest, do not speak of the abyss to us. We ask no questions. I value no tradition. I got you right here. You heroic spirits, skeptics, rationalists. 27. A priori, the death of black gods. The last darkness vanishes. I am the truth. The devil, you demons, dragons, we are not equal. Challenge my morality and you will fail. Practice my power and you lose your mind. This will to power was the first transvaluation of all values. Christian morality disease. Will their God perish for good? Let's die together with Buddhists. For there is karma. Right now we die with Christ for this resurrection. Therefore we die with Immanuel Kant. Kill them with kindness. Slay them with laughter. Life is a comedy, but the joke is on you. For this kingship no more. Very well then, my kings. Very well then, my kings. I promise you the death of tragedy. The birth of comedy. The death of tragedy. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up the Terminator. 27. Music by Hawk, Lawless Production. I survive. I know y'all niggas scared to die. Sin is terrified. Some of my niggas wanna smoke and fly, and pussy niggas wanna fucking die. But that's not profound. I be a leader in heaven, we're breaking this laws. This music gonna live forever in the bed. The broke niggas lose hope, rich niggas still dope on the ground, very down on the periphery. Get over very scared for these white folks, but money move, money do, since where money rules. And that's the type of shit that wouldn't move. We cannot change nothing even if we should. That's pretty good, but not for my ghetto dudes. We hustle till the muscle never wanna move. I ain't you, that ain't you, but it's still the same thing, same time, same place. One out of fuck schools. We're breaking them rules. We cannot just lose. We're breaking them rules. We cannot just lose. I'm a conscious. I'm a conscious. I came in like Moses to step on my brothers from all of this pain. Breaking them rules. We cannot just lose. We cannot just lose. All as a cheat. Me couldn't fail. Put me under position. I know this baby mamas couldn't make a decision. I know I hate these because they don't have a vision. How can I not be a villain when freedom I have no I don't again? None of us see we are prisoners. Some of the niggas are married to fame. My camera and shoot. Gangsters believe in me. Riches are beefing, please. You don't mean shit. We're breaking them rules. We don't gamble on bitch. We cannot just lose. From all of this pain, we're breaking them rules. We cannot just lose. Morales and cheaters. 34. Beyond the darkness. 12 hours in the day from the noonday. Black jacks on the skin, brave. Niggas wanna drop a nigga Tuesday. I'm never really on the mood. If you ever saw me goof, then my niggas took a rude. Yeah. I was telling nigga, dude, motherfucker said to move. We about to make a move. Niggas wanna make a move. I'm a other nigga too, cause this bitch is wouldn't lose it. Who's brain? On top of the food chain. My niggas lose weight. And they think of selling those space cakes. Not in the mood for these rainy days. Every day haze like a renegade. Not gonna die while the blaze haze till the dead weight. Nigga game late. I'm not gonna fuck with these hoes, no, cause they play games and that pussy fake. That pussy fake. I wanna die. How could I whine? How could I whine? It's not on my pride. It's not on my pride. It's every day. I'm gonna die. Don't wanna die. Don't wanna love. How could I whine? But we gonna die. It's not on my pride. It's not on my pride. It's every day. I'm gonna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna lie. 41. Beyond the darkness. Caught in the game, stole some more. I'm dying to fight. Nothing to let there was no other things. Nothing to make it away. Who hell awaken and walking away. Believe. To make it or give it a system. To break it and think in the system. Never believe in a preach. Making it simplex, same freedom. My heroes on Apex, yeah, I did 'em. This looks like go beat 'em. Shape back, I'm guarded. Yeah, I ahead of any hero. I'm myself and I know it. You're not gonna fool me. Was late, broke my existence for days. I know it. You're not gonna fool me. I got a bad vibe for these bombers of commas. A bad night to the commas. I feed on the big fish in the business. I don't wanna think deep. I'm a giver. I do it on the dip nowadays. I deal with the dings and the chains. I kill when I cook, kill when I crave. It's like all the Sims in the bay. Making it simplex, same freedom. My heroes on Apex, yeah, I did 'em. This looks like go beat 'em. Shape back, I'm guarded 'em. Making it simplex, same freedom. My heroes on Apex, yeah, I did 'em. This looks like go beat 'em. Shape back, I'm guarded 'em. Caught in the game, stole some more. I'm dying to fight. Repping it like there was no other days. Nothing to make it away. Who hell awaken and walking away. To the city's up, to the city's up, to the city's up. To the city's up. Believe. To make it or give it a system. To break it and think in the system. Making it simplex, same freedom. My heroes on Apex, yeah, I did 'em. This looks like go beat 'em. Shape back, I'm guarded 'em. 47. Beyond the darkness.
Patience. I got time, I be seen it. Money wise, I ain't snitch. Every single call, got them niggas switching sides. So high, hoping that them niggas gonna fall. Hey, I was born as a slave in the city where the money mixing in. Now I got a ball for the fake, and them niggas who gon' wanna see my name. But you say you go down on your knees while I'm all up in the streets tryna see my family. Ain't no them bitches wanna sip over the soup, yeah. I hope that Jesus ain't gon' come back real soon, cause I raised by the devil in the zoo, looking at the animal in you. Know that you wild and you one of the trees, yeah, the hell is in you.
So free the birds, almighty tell you what you bet my niggas dead. You fucking love, you fucking up and with your head down. You devil like your beauty, shit, my bloody shit now. You wasn't choice, you was the first, you put your kid now. You said it's just animal, I had to see you better style like you was in you better fight. That's how we praying next, so study best, and misbehaving, just don't what you're dead now. I feel like death now, kaboom and everything was gone bad. I know to have been, you do it every day, that's that. I should just go my sprinkle, but I do, I marry you, my God of I love you, Antichrist. I wish to make that sacrifice, Benjamin to sanctify, accident to exit, try to exit. I remain, why you mad, why you want, why you walk, say a bad fire born. I invest, I invest. Wish you chaos, Candyman, devil's fed, Superman, fucking me, favorite, guarantee. I am it, I am the beast, who am I? I suppose it suffice, just like it, you disease, I am feast, evil sleep, evil heart, discipline, broken road, get your bang till the back, was a big, juicy stick, evil feel, evil rap, evil weed.
Evil class, that just seems lock it up. Poppin' pills on my straight, right? On the grind for the steak, and the fish is trying to play with me. I ain't put the cake, but I bake it if the ass is really sweet. You say you go down on your knees while I'm all up in the streets trying to see my family. Ain't no them bitches wanna sip over the soup, yeah. I hope that Jesus ain't gon' come back real soon, cause I raised by the devil in the zoo, looking at the animal in you. Know that you wild and you one of the trees, yeah, the hell is in you.
So freedom birds, almighty tell you what you bet my niggas dead. You fucking lazy, fucking up and with your head down. You devil like your beauty, shit, my bloody shit now. You wasn't choice, you was the first, you put your kid now. You said it's just animal, I had to see you better style like you was in you better fight. That's how we praying next, so study best, and misbehaving, just don't put your dead now. I feel like death now.
"56 Beyond the Darkness."
See what you done, I was counting on you. I'm sure showing you love was the worst thing to do. My heart, I can't believe, can you see what you did? Wasting my tears and my truth, wasting my time and my cool. Fuck you, my niggas, my crew. Damn it, you hide as you grew. Playing my body, you cruel. Never respected my rules. Using my mic and my tools. See why you counted the screws. Luckily I wouldn't lose. I'm sure. Need you to fuck me, you stupid. Telling me you wanna go. Never come back to the stool. When I look on the ghost, faking you loving, you know. How did you push it up far? Why? You only gave me the truth. You only gave me the truth. How did you push it up far? Why? You only give me more juice. You only give me for food. I'm sick and I'm worried. I think of you daily. My vision went cherry. The pain I still carry. The weight on you heavy. You're driving me crazy. You're getting me hazy. You skip all the basic. The problem you lazy. The thing is you shit. Powers you deadly. Like flowers you daisy. You wasn't so ready. So focus you buried. Forget I'm in daddy. My head is so heady. Like like stupid and steady. You break me. I'm betting you fetting your head. I see devil in head. Run for it. Run for it. Why would you die for me? Come for me. Come for me. Now I'm protecting me. Time is insanity. You and your vanity. How did we come to this? Never dispense. We just hold on to you. We were so young. We were so happy. Crazy in love. Stupid and reckless. I would never thought only living my dream. Wishes that we made never came true. Love that was fake, I never saw it coming. Loving and stake, I never saw it coming. Me and your ones, it was your love. Me and you know, it was your phone. Right the rest of my life to you. Wasted of tears to you. Wasted of truth to you. Why for? Tell me why for? Why for? Tell me why for? Why for? Tell me. We were so young. We were so happy. Crazy in love. Stupid and reckless. I would never thought only living my dream. Wishes that we made never came true. Love that was fake, I never saw it coming. Loving and stake, I never saw it coming. Me and your ones, it was your love. Me and you know, it was your phone. Right the rest of my life to you. Wasted of tears to you. Wasted of truth to you. Why for? Tell me why for? Why for? Tell me why for?
"62. Beyond the darkness."
Hell, I'm back. What's been popping in this pop this beat? Hit it to the collar pain. Modern nature, fuck with saying Jesus broke your heart, okay? Tell me what the fuck again? Chaos in the priceless. Nothing came of me. Ocean shit, I'm making Thailand. Freedom not for me. Crucifixion, hello shit. Road to Halloween. I'm sick, how to safe, like how we safe. Jesus broke your bitch, you broke your soul, so where the hell you sleep? Then she take your heart and break your spirit, keep your smile and see. Diamonds break your heart and make you fool, you never seen this shit. Bitches get your heart and make you well and make that legacy. Diamonds break your heart and make you kiss your holy see. Music can go up, I see you touch your pussy all you know. Fucking life is gone, you age, you gonna see the same shit. Back into return and now return on my eternity. Go with love, return and make a turn and make them jealousy. Jealousy. I'm believing, but I'm believing till I'm believing. Jealousy. You brought me a lot of pain, you and that a lot the same. Jealousy. Dumb the Bible, you and gave a lot for best for compensation. Jealousy.
Yeah, I'm fed, you can tell by my tats. I be wired to the civil like a liar. To ignition feels like everything's dead. Only zombies and vamps, saying fools that claim to save you only leave you in tears. I can't help it, yeah, I'm sick. Feel a demon up my dick. Had to choose between a picture and a pickle that I'm picked. In a rock and a hard place. Picture the drought pace, turn into frown faces in the middle of wild kids. Suicidal and shit, I don't commit. Energy low, no muffin quit. Something inside me telling me to quit. Something spilling the pins on the devil, telling me I should check on my level. All the haters looking at my level. In the sky, swooping and swerving. It's a crisis, they're observing.
'70, Beyond the Darkness.
Try to be nice, don't mean no harm. Come in my zone. I need some shots with you. Pause for a moment. I'm rolling hard with my squad.
Splints stepping on your skin. I shifted like a gear on my own. I can go for days without fucking on the low. Hoping that you're feeling on mine. Load it all up, then I throw it to the host. Right after I spit on your bars. Hope that I'm getting it all. Hope that I'll never be taking it off. Me and you for the skies and the low. I just want fuck for the road.
Yeah, if you ain't giving up the best, you go through the worst. If you ain't never be the first, you will never last. All about my heroes in my universe. Skipping up the time, nigga, I'm in the time zone. Hella been, there's a hella been, in a hella din,
75. Comedy. In the beginning of time. Aye, man. Can they find someone better? In the beginning of time, the wheel was nothing but a single divine unity. However, it began a process by which the wheel increasingly moves from one to fragmentation, from one to many. Well, however, was horrified at the thought of existence because he saw that non-existence was preferable to existence, and so he wanted to die. However, the wheel has unconsciously created the world, and so the thing in itself woke up as God at the seventh day on earth. And because the wheel did not commit suicide without violating its own nature as the cosmological will to termination, therefore, wheel had to commit suicide by firstly dividing into fragmentations, which will over time rot, decay, and finally into nothingness, achieving his alternate goal towards heaven. After the death of God, the moral and the just people became the rulers of our planet Earth. But many generations suffer from poverty of the government systems that cause poverty on Africa, the rest of the world, and thus, well to termination, terminated the system and freed the slave spirit from the world. This boy is disappointing. Man. Can they find someone better? Man? Should they find someone better? End of Beyond the Darkness by Thando Nkosi. By Thando Nkosi. By Thando Nkosi. By Thando Nkosi. By Thando Nkosi.
147. Into the Evil, the Antichrist. A historian looks backward. In the end, he also believed backward, inspired of philosophy from the first philosopher, Thales of Miletus, c. 624 to c. 546 BC, including the Socratic ancient Greek philosophers until today. It is only a disappointment that these criminals are decadent and they are not even wise, that these philosophers have suffered from Egyptianism, and now that the demon of Socrates took over in favor of dialectics, while in the first place, noble taste is abolished. With dialectics, the mob came to the top. Before Socrates' time, dialectic manners were avoided in good society. They were regarded as bad manners. They were compromising. In fact, honest things like honest men do not carry their reasons in this way to make show out of everything. Thus, that which needs to be proven is unworthy. I mean, how weird is the Socratic equation? Reason equals to virtue equals to happiness. Socrates was a joker. He exceeded making men take him serious. What then? This was the key. Socratic method overcame them all. He did succeed mastering himself. His case was at the bottom. Only the extreme and most apparent example, state of distress, which was beginning to be general. His terrifying ugliness made him conspicuous to every eye as a reply, as a cure of this case. When a man finds himself necessary as Socrates did to create a tyranny out of reason, and now something else wishes to play tyranny. Reason was then like a savior, and man had been in danger. There were only two alternatives: perish or be absurdly irrational. The moral bias of Greek philosophy from Plato to onward is the outcome of the pathological condition, as it is also an appreciation of dialectics. Reason equals to virtue equals to happiness. Simply means we must imitate Socrates. Pure reason near poor Kant, or should I say Kant. Modern thinkers are called after another decadent of his time. If we follow the footsteps of Kant, we to believe that the laws of nature are the laws of human thoughts. Poor Kant in denial. What would be of the great Kant's thing in itself? What would be of Kant's ex, Schopenhauer's wheel? 48. 150, the Hammer equation. I've only listed assumptions, but since I claim that there are no objective truths, it would be meaningless to understand the art of thinking. Is their logic true or false? 1. Pure mathematics is the class of propositions of forms where X implies Y, where X and Y are propositions containing one or more variables. The same in two propositions, and neither X nor Y contain any constants except logical constants. Such an axiom of reducibility has no place in mathematics, and anything which can be proven using it cannot be regarded as proof at all. Therefore, logic is a game theory like a displayed gratification. So let's play a game. Given 1 or -1 is true, 0 equals to false, x equals to 0. If y equals to x plus 1, then y equals to 2 or 0. Therefore, when x equals to 0, logic is false. Therefore, there is no art of thinking. Good luck, out of evil. 151.
About the author. The anti-culture Thandonkosi, 1998 African artist philosopher, was born in Emelo, Mpumalanga province, 17/09/1998 in South Africa. And currently Thandomxolisi Simon is living in Gauteng, and his parents were Tutuzile Masego and Nkosi Nkosi, who died in 1999, a year after his birth. God is disproved, but not the devil. The world is my representation.
That spoke the devil.
115. Glossary. Exology. The study of nature and valuation and the kinds of things that are available. Heaven. The heaven built in hell. Melander's principle. The law of debilitating strength. The Terminator. Anyone who believes in destroying existence. Terminationism. The belief system about the will to termination. The metapsychological social deconstructionism. The anti-culture. Thandonkosi, 1998 African artist philosopher. Will to termination, the beginning of the end, from the Big Bang toward the universe death, the history of Homo sapiens. Father of physics, Albert Einstein. Father of history, Herodotus. Father of microbiology, Louis Pasteur. Father of science, Socrates. Father of existentialism, Soren Kierkegaard. Father of libertarianism, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Father of nihilism, Friedrich Nietzsche. Father of musical drama, Richard Wagner. Father of absurdism, Albert Camus. Father of philosophy, Charles of Metellus. Father of optimism, Lisbon. Father of socialism, Karl Marx. Father of pessimism, Arthur Schopenhauer. Father of terminationism, Thandonkosi. 119. It sometimes occurs to me with sad delight that if one day in the future I won't be part of, the sentences I write and read are admired, then at the last day I will have my own kin, people who understand me, my true family in which to be born and loved, but far to be born into. I'll already died long ago. I'll be understood only in Ifechi when my affection can no longer compensate for the indifference that was dead man's lots in life. Perhaps one day they'll understand that I fulfill like no one else my instinctive duty to interpret a portion of our century. And when they've understood that, they will write that in my time I was misunderstood, that the people around me were unfortunately indifferent and insensitive to my work, and that I was pity that this happened to me. And whoever writes this will fail to understand my literary counterpart in the future time, just as my contemporaries don't understand me, because men only did what could be of use to their great-grandparents. The right way to live is something we can teach only the dead. Quote, life is suffering.
I've been teaching them crisis and science fiction. I'm training to die, mission, politician. I'm pushing the power vision, God vision. I'm pushing your dark bitches. Rise up, finding the tears, confirming your chairs. I'm blowing you away. Yes, I'm driving them keys. Money they do with the work. I'm in love with the demons. The face of the faces that cry.